Hi, welcome to this course on C programming tutorial for absolute beginners. C is a very powerful functional programming language that's widely used and that has influenced many other languages. Most of the programming languages popular today are either direct descendants of C or are heavily influenced by C. In this course, I will show you the basics of C program, and then we will dive into the details of data types, strings, and variables. Then I will show you how these basic ideas fits together with control structures like loops and if statements. After that, we will take a look at how C organizes informations in arrays and how it manages memory using pointers. Throughout the course, I will emphasize good functional programming practices. Learning C is a great first step if you are a new programmer and a very good way to broaden your knowledge if you have already been programming for a while. So let's get started with C programming tutorial for absolute beginners.
What you need to program C. Now there are two basic things you need to program C. One is the editor. Editor helps you to write your code, right? And second thing is called compiler. Compiler is a small program, or you can say it's a small tool which converts your program to the machine language, right? Because the program or whatever your computer doesn't understand this C program which you write. This C program is just the interface of which you write, and it's easier to understand programming when you program in C, but your computer just understands zeros and ones. So this compiler will convert your program which you write in C into the machine language so that it can execute your program. So these are the two things which you require. Now in order to get these two things, they can be obtained free in different ways. There are different IDEs. IDEs stand for Integrated Development Environment, which helps you to write your code. And I'm going to show you how you can install this IDE, which is free to use. And let's see how to install this IDE first. So just open your favorite browser and just search for code blocks. And the first link you will see here, not this, but only the code blocks. So search for the code blocks, and the first link here you will find is www.codeblocks.org. This is the website which hosts this program called code blocks, and it's a IDE. So you can see the open source cross-platform free C, C++, and Fortran IDE. So C is included in this. And why I am recommending this code blocks to you, because it's cross-platform. That means you can get this on Windows, Mac OS, or Linux operating system, and it's open source, so you can get it for free, right? Now how to download this? You can just click this downloads button here, or downloads button here. I will click this downloads button here, and there are some options which you can download. There is option to download binary release, download the source release, or retrieve source code from Subversion SVN. What link we are interested in right now is this one, download the binary release. Just click this link, and in here you will find few options. Because I will be showing these tutorial on Windows, I will install this version, Windows 2000 slash XP slash Vista 7 or 8. Just click this link and then you will see these three options to install. One is only code blocks, which is the IDE which will help you to write your code. Second link will provide you the compiler also. So just search for the link which has mingw in it, okay, which is the center link. Code blocks 13, and when at the time of making this video, code blocks 13 is the newest version. And just search for this word mingw. Mingw is a compiler which will help you to compile your program, as I have said. So it's including your compiler and editor both, and we want this version, right? So just click this one link, either this or this. I will just click sourceforge.net link, and then it will be downloaded in few seconds, and download will be completed in few minutes, because it's not a small file, it's 97 MB file, so it will take some time to download. So just wait for this to download, and I will pause the video, and I will continue once this file is downloaded, and I will show you how you can install it. So now this download is complete, so we are going to install this code blocks in our Windows operating system. I will just click this executable which I have downloaded, and then the install will start, and it says welcome to setup. Just click next, and you just read the agreement, and if you agree, just click I agree and click next. And this is the location where code blocks will be installed. Just leave it as default, click install, and the installation will not take much time. It will be installed really fast. You can see the code blocks icon here, which you can click to open code blocks IDE, and you can see it's installing really fast. So I don't think it will take so much time to install this IDE. And this code blocks IDE, you can use it for programming other languages also, like C++ or Fortran also. So in this way it's really good. Now if you don't have Windows operating system, you can download this IDE on Linux also, or Mac OS also. It's available for all these three major operating systems. Now it says the installation is done, I think. And do you want to run code blocks? Yes, I want to run, and it will run code blocks, and it says something. I will click OK, and here the installation is complete, so I will click next, and I will finish. And you can see here code blocks is currently not a default application for C and C++. Do you want to make it for as default? If you wish, you can make it as default, or you can leave this. So I will just close it for now. I don't want to make it as default, but in this way you can install it.
Hello guys, welcome to the second video tutorial on C programming for beginners. In the last video I have shown you how you can download code blocks, which is a C++ IDE in which we are going to develop our C code, and we are going to compile and run and test our code using this code blocks. Now in this video I'm going to show you how you can create your first C program and what is the program structure of this C program. So let's get started. First of all, open your code blocks,
and then go to File, and to create a new program you just need to go to New, and then here you can go to the project. So go to Project, and in here you can find few options, but the option we are interested in is console applications. So select this option called console application and click go, and then it will show some message. You can read this and you can click next, and now we are going to create a C program. So make sure that this C is selected here and click next, and in here you need to give the name to your project. So for example, I want to give name to my project as my prog. Okay, so this is the name of the project. What name of the project depends upon you. Whatever name you want to give, you can give it to the project. And by browsing this, you can change the directory in which you want to save your program. So I will leave it as default, but you can change it, and just note this path so that you can see the source file if you want to see. Okay, and click next, and this is generally showing the basic information about your project, that it's going to use GNU GCC compiler, which we are going to use to compile our application. And it's going to create two versions of your project. One is called debug and other is called release. For now it's not necessary to know all these things because we are beginners, right? So just click finish, and when you click finish, you will not see anything on this window, but on the right hand or left hand side on the project tab, make sure it's project tab, you will be able to see a project name which is given by you, and a folder called source, and inside this folder there is a file called main.c, right? And once you click this file main.c, you will be able to see the hello world program here. Now you can press Ctrl and scroll your mouse to make your code, font size bigger or smaller. So in order to make it bigger, just press your Ctrl and scroll your mouse. Okay, so I'm making it a little bit larger so that you can see, and this is the basic structure of the program, and it's called hello world program. It's automatically created by code blocks for us. So let's see, we will go line by line and let's see what this code means. So the first line or rather first two lines, which start from this hash symbol, are called preprocessor command. There are other preprocessor command also, but these are the very most basic preprocessor command. And a preprocessor command includes a header file into your project. So whenever you create a C program, there is already some files which we need to include in our project in order to write a program. And this preprocessor command, which is this hash includes the file name which you give here. And these are the most important files which we need to create a simple program. And the first file is called stdio, which stands for standard input output, and this file is responsible for taking the input or printing outputs like this printf, which I'm going to describe you in a moment. So this function also I will explain you in a moment, but this is due to inclusion of this file. Now there is a file called stdlib, which is this file, and this file also we need to include, because main, whenever you write a C program and whenever you compile and try to run this program, your compiler, or whenever you run your program, your compiler sees the main function or searches for the main function in your project, and this is like an entry point to your program. So this main is the part of standardlib.h. So these are called preprocessor compiler. Now this int main is a function, and it's a very basic function, and it's a built-in function which every program must have. And by this main, C++ knows that it is the entry point of your program. So every project must have at least and only one main function. And what is a function? Function is a piece of code which you can execute. For now, you just need to know about this. A function is a piece of code which you need to execute some piece of code. Okay, and the most basic function is main, and most important also function is main. Now function has 2 or 3 basic things. One is a return type, which is int. Int stands for integer. So this is int. Int is a data type which stands for integer, and this main is the name of the function, which is by default you have to give in small letters. And this bracket takes an argument, and for now we are not passing any argument, so it's empty. So every program must have this main function, and because we are returning integer, we need to end our program with return 0. Return 0 is just like a success for your main program. So for now you just need to know that if you return 0 and if you reach till this point, your program has run successfully. Okay. Now printf. This printf is a part of standard.io.h file. So there is a function in this file called printf, and this printf helps us to print a string on the terminal. Okay, so this is a printf, and inside this bracket, whatever you write inside this printf in double quotes. So always remember, you need to write in double quote inside the brackets. Whatever you write, it will be printed on the terminal. So for now you are writing hello world, so it will be printed on the terminal. Now this \n changes the line, which I am going to demonstrate in a moment. So this will not be printed, but this is a special string or character which will help you to change the line of your print. Now every line ends with this semicolon. So this semicolon tells C that this line of code is ending here, and from the next line we are going to write another line of code. Okay, and every function is started with these opening and closing curly braces. Okay, so this is the basic structure of a C program. Now once you have understood, you can see every line is starting or ending with the semicolon, and it's not necessary that you need to give this kind of indentation. You can, write a line of code here or like this, or position doesn't it's not important. You can give 2-line gap between two codes, or 2 lines of code, or whatever. But in order to show or make your program presentable, there is a design of a code which is best looking. So in this way your program looks good. That's why we write it like this. Now, in order to run your program, you need to compile your program. And in the last video I have shown you, or I have told you, what is compilation. Compilation helps your programs to convert this program into the machine language which your machine can understand. This is the code which is readable by human, but it's not understandable by the computer. So compiler will help us to convert this code, which is human readable, to convert it into machine readable code. And how you can compile your code? There are 3 buttons in code blocks, which is this one: build, run, and build and run at the same time. So to build your program, build means compile. Compile and builds are same. So whenever you click this build, it will compile your program. Now there is one tab here, and this tab also has this option called build, run and build. So you can go here also and build your program. Now in order to build your program, you always need to save your program first. So always click this save icon, so to make sure that your program is saved, and then click this build button. And this, whenever you click this build button, the output of your compilation will be shown in this build log. And if you don't see any error here, you see here 0 errors, 0 warnings, and this means that our program contains 0 errors and 0 warnings. So compiler also helps us to check whether our program is or we have written our program correct or not. Okay. Now once your program is compiled successfully with 0 errors, you can run your program with this green button. Just click this button, and now our program is running, and it prints hello world. And then it prints something which doesn't interest us. It's just thrown by terminal. So this is what we are printing, and it's just saying that press any key to continue, and whenever we press any key, this terminal will go. So this means our program is running successfully. Now if you want to build and run your program at the same time, you can just click this button, and this button, build and run, will build your program also and run your program. So when I click this, it will build and run my program at the same time. Now whenever you do some mistakes in writing your code, your compiler will give an error. So for example, by mistake I left some unknown characters here after my printf function here, and after the semicolon, which is unknown to the C compiler. So whenever we save our program and compile it, this will give us compilation error. You see error, and it's showing expected semicolon before a return, right? And it's not, we haven't given semicolon here, so it's giving us the error. We added semicolon, but still it's unknown to your C program. So once again I compile it, and it will still give us error because it says error, this word is undeclared, right? So whenever you write a code which is unknown to C, it will give you the error and this red mark where or from where, which line this error is coming from. So in this way you can check whether you have written the correct program or not. So this is to check also. You compile a program to check whether you have written something good or you have written something which is correct, and to convert your program into the machine language. And this, to run the program, you just click this button and it will run the program. So this is how the C structure of program looks like, and this is how it works. Hello guys, in the last video I have shown you how to create your first C program, and I have also explained you this code line by line to you. Now in this video I'm going to further explain you how to use these inputs and outputs like printf and other things in C. So in the last video I have shown you that this printf, we can use it to print any value to the terminal. So whenever we run this code, we will see that hello world, which is inside the printf function brackets, is printed, and this /n just changes the next line. So for example, I want to print hello world 3 times, 1 2 3, and I will just build and run my program. It will be printed 3 times hello world, and in the next line hello world, and in the next line hello world. But if you want to print this hello world again and again without any line break, you can just remove this /n. So I will remove this /n here, and then I will just run my program, and I can see this hello world is printed 3 times in one line. So this /n changes the line. Now for example, you want to print some number. How can you do this? So first idea which may come into your mind is just write a number. For example, printf 32. But let's compile this program first. And it says some warning, and when I run the program, it will not run, and it will give you some error, because this is not how you print a number. In order to print a number, you need to use a special placeholder. So for example, I want to print 32 here. I need to give a placeholder. So just in your printf function, in these brackets, just give 2 double quotes and a comma, and then give a percentage sign. So give this percentage sign and then D. And I will explain you what this percentage D is, but let's first try to build and run our program. And it prints 32. Now percentage D here is called a placeholder. What this is called? It's called a placeholder, and it literally means that percentage D is going to hold a place for the integer. D stands for integer. So if you write D, it will hold an integer. If you want to print a decimal value, then there is a special character called F, which stands for float, and then you can print decimal value, for example 32.2. So when I build the program, it can print 32.20. Now for example, you just write here percentage D, but you want to print 32.2. Let's see what happens. it doesn't print this number because this is a decimal value, but we are providing the integer placeholder to hold the decimal value, which is not valid. So you always have to remember that you need to keep in mind what kind of value you want to print. Now with this placeholder you can add your text also. So for example, I want to print the text with this placeholder that the number is equal to, and then write your placeholder. So this placeholder will be replaced by 32 here. So just imagine like this, it will print the number is, and whatever here it will be replaced by the number or the value you write after this comma. Okay, and when I run the program, it will print the number is equal to 32. Okay, now in order to print multiple decimal, what you need to do is you just need to give multiple placeholder, just space. For example, I want to print some value with separated by a space. You just need to just copy and paste it 3 times, and then after comma just provide other values you want to print, because we have written %d 3 times, and keep in mind here this is space, so it will be printed 32 space 58 space 5. Let's try and run the program, and 32, 58 and 5, right? Now there are different kind of data you can print. For example, I've shown you how to print this. That's decimal. It will print a decimal value, 1 decimal value, right? Now in order to, I will just copy this and paste this, not this one, but I want to copy this whole string and paste it here. I don't know why it's not copying. Right click, and if there is a copy option, we will copy it, copy, and right click and paste, right? So I will just copy this once again and try to paste it once again. And for example, I want to print a decimal value, so it will be replaced by this f, which stands for float. Now in order to print a big decimal value or large float value, you use double, and double is LF, large float value. In order to print a large integer value, you use LB. Okay, so I will just write something here, comment, and this comment means / means a comment, which I will explain you later. And basically this comment means that whatever you write after this comment, it will be not executed by your C program. So this is integer, and this is large integer, and once again this is a double value or float value, float, and float stand for F, right? And this will be large float stand for LF. Okay, now for example, you want to print a single character, you use %C. So I will just write char for the character, and single character you always enclose it in single quotes. Okay, for example, I want to print C, then just %C and then your character, okay, or A or whatever. For example, you want to print a string. String means a sentence kind of thing. So you use %s, and then you can just print hello world here also in double quotes, for example. Okay, and inside this double, you need to print inside these double quotes, and this is called string. Okay, so this comment I will show you in the next video how these comment works, but for now just understand that this line after this double slash will not be executed. Okay, now if you want to print some hexadecimal value, you can print it with this, which x. Okay, and for example, you want to print the hexadecimal value for 16, it will be printed as hex value. Okay, so I will write hex. Now I will run the program, but bear in mind that they will be printed in same line because we haven't provided this line break here. So we will provide this line break after every line print, so that they will be all printed in different lines. Okay, different lines. And this was decimal, this was large decimal, so you can just print a large number. Large number can be, you can search for the large decimal limit, and it has some limit, and then the float value, and then the large decimal float value, for example this one, and the character is okay, string is okay, and hex is okay. Now we'll try to build my program and run it, and it runs. First it prints hello world, which is a simple string, then it prints 32, which is a decimal, then it prints big decimal value, or not big decimal but big integer value, which is this one, then it prints this float value with f, %f, then it prints the large float value, which is this big decimal value, then it prints the character a with a %c sign, then it prints the string, which is %s, and then it prints the hexadecimal value of 16, which is 10. Hexadecimal value of 16 is 10. Okay, so in this way you can print values using printf function. Okay, so remember these placeholder values: d for integer, ld for large integer, f for decimal values or float values, lf for large float values, c for characters, s for string, and x for hexadecimal values. Okay, now in order to take the input, so for example you want that user should give some input, and then you want to print this input. So for example what you can do is, for example you want that the user should enter some value. Okay, and then it will be printed on the screen. How can you do that? You do that with a special function called scanf. Scanf function we generally use to take the input from the user. Okay, for example I want to take input from the user as a string, so I will write %s and then comma, and then I can just give any value here, and it will be taken by this scanf, and if you want to print it, you can print this value.
but this we will see later when we will understand how variable in C works and how these data types work in C. So this we are going to see later, but just remember scanf, we use it to input values, right? Now there is another special function which is called puts, which is like this, puts, and it also prints the value to the screen. So for example, you want to print some value, this is my C program. You can print it like this also by using print or puts function, and when I run this program it will be running fine. I will close this and compile and run this, and this prints this is my C program. So in this way you can input and output different kind of data using C on terminal.
Hello guys, welcome to the yet another video tutorial on C programming for beginners, and in this video I'm going to teach you about comments. So as the name suggests, comments are used to provide a description of your code, and comments are generally not executed by your C program. And for example, you want to give some description of your program, what is it is doing, or what is the purpose of your line of code, you use comment. So in order to give comment to your C program, you can use two ways. One way you can use is for multi-line comment. Multi-line means more than one line comment, and this is just write / asterisk and then asterisk and /. Okay, and in between whatever you will write, it will be called a comment, and it will not be executed by your program, or it will not be compiled even by your project's program. It's just used to describe what your program is doing. So for example, I can say that this program is, and then I can go to second line and I can just write more description. This program is printing hello world, for example. So in this way you can provide multi-line comments like this, and this comment which is inside this / asterisk and asterisk / will not be executed or compiled by your C program. It's just for your reference, or if any other person sees your code, by seeing these comments he will be able to understand what your program is doing and what you want to do in your program. Now in order to provide a single line comment, for example, this line, what this line is doing particularly, I can give a comment to this line. Just give 2 / and then you can write a comment. So this is a printf function. Okay, so you can write these kind of comments in your single line comments, or you can place it here. So you can place your comment anywhere in your code. Just keep in mind you need to provide double slash or / asterisk and asterisk / and with asterisk / and asterisk. So in this way you can use comment in C programming. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on C programming for beginners, and in this video I'm going to teach you about variables. So I'm going to teach you what are variables and how we can declare variables in C and how we can use them. So first question is, what are variables? Variables are nothing but the data holder, or you can save values in a variable. So it's just like you want to save your age in some place, you can store it in a variable, and then you can extract your age using this variable also. Now variable has two different things. One is called data type. For example, int is an integer, and then the name of the variable, for example age, and then you give a semicolon here, and this is the declaration of the variable. Now what the variable means is, we want to declare a variable called age. Age is the name of the variable, and int is the data type. Data types is the type of data this variable is going to store. So it's going to store integer in our case, then it's initialized by this data type called int. Okay, now you can assign some value to this age. For example, age is equal to 21, and then you can print this age by printf function. For example, the age is %d, which holds integer value, and then comma, and then the variable name, which is age. Okay, and when you compile and run this program, it will show you the age is, and whatever the age value is, which is 21 in our case, right? And you can see this, the age is 21. So once again, the variable are used to store some value. Okay, now there are some rules for declaring the variables also. For example, you want to store the variables using some number, starting with a number, then you cannot do this. So these are some rules. I will just enclose them in the comments so that they are not executed. The rules are, your variable name cannot start with a number. Okay, so for example, you want to start your variable with a number, it's invalid. The number must not be there or at the initial place. Okay, so whenever you compile this program, it will give you an error because your variable name starts with a number, but it can end with a number, or the number can come in between your variable name. It will be totally fine, because what's the problem here? Yeah, this age, I will just comment this out because age I haven't declared it yet, right? So it's totally fine to have numbers in between your word, but your variable name cannot start with a number. Okay, the second rule is, your variable name cannot have spaces. So for example, you want to declare a variable called any age, for example, with a space in between. So this is invalid. You cannot have spaces in your variable name, right? The third rule is, you cannot start or use any special character. For example, dollar, you want to use dollar to initialize the variable name, it's not allowed. Or you want to use asterisk in between your variable name, it's also not allowed. Okay, so avoid using special characters in variables, but it's totally fine to use underscore. Underscore is an exception which you can use as a special character in between your name. So for example, my underscore age is totally valid variable name. Okay, the fourth rule is, always avoid to use special function names. For example, main is the function already declared in C. If you want to declare main as your variable name, it's okay, but it will create conflict in C, because C will think that this is a function name and you have declared it as a variable name, so it will give you some conflicts.
and in the warning also, when you compile this program, it says main is usually used as a function. So avoid using any special function names in as a variable name. Okay, so these are some rules for the variable names. And you can also initialize your variable like this 21. It's totally fine. Whenever you declare your variable, you can at the same time you can initialize it by this equal to sign. Okay, and whenever you build and run, it will run totally fine. Now there are different type of variables. I will just run this program and then I will show you what are different type of variable name which are very basic to C. So you can declare integer variable names. For example, you want to declare decimal point variables. You can do it with the data type float. So float you can use to store some floating point value or decimal values. For example, pi has the value, for example, 3.14 and whatever. So it's a decimal value. You can store this decimal values using a data type float. Okay. Now in order to store a character, you use char, and char, you can name it as my underscore char. It's totally fine, is equal to any character, for example. And always remember that whenever you want to store a character, you store it in single quotes. Okay, so do it like this and it's totally fine. And the fourth type is, which is very basic, is double. Double is also a data type, and you can say this is a big pi value is equal to 3.14 and whatever is the value of pi, big float value. So these are the four basic data type you can use in C. There are other data types, but these are the most basic data type you can use to declare variables in C. Now I think that's it for this video. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on C programming for beginners, and in this video I'm going to teach you about simple math and math operators in C programming. So basically there are some operators which you can use to do your math in C, and these are called multiplicative and additive operators. And the first operator is this plus symbol, which is used for addition. Second is minus symbol, which is used for subtraction. Third is asterisk, which is used for multiplication. Fourth is this forward slash, which is used for division. And the last is this modulus operator, which is also called modulus. So these are called multiplicative and additive operators. Now how we can use them? So for example, we have two numbers. Int a is equal to 23, for example, and comma b is equal to 45, and you want to add these two numbers. How you can add these two numbers? You can just declare another variable called sum, and then you can add these two numbers like sum is equal to a plus b. Okay, and the result you can print it in printf function. So you can just say sum is equal to percentage d, okay, and comma your sum function, sum variable, okay, which is this one. You can just compile and run this program, and it returns error because I forgot semicolon. Save your program and compile and run your program, and it will give the sum of 23 and 45, right? So it will just print sum is equal to whatever is the sum of these two values, which is 68, like this. Okay. Now in the same way, if you want to divide or subtract these two numbers, so I want to subtract 23 by 45, we just do a minus b, which will be a minus value, right? So I will just compile and run my program, and this will not be sum but the subtraction. I forgot to change the variable name, but the result will be the subtraction of these two numbers, which is 22, right? So you can just name this sum instead of sum. When you are doing subtraction, you can name it as subtraction, for example. Now in order to get the multiplication, you just change the variable name as multiplication and just use asterisk for the multiplication, right? So a asterisk b will give you the multiplication of these two numbers, and here you can say is product is equal to this multiplication. Okay, and compile and run the program. It will give the multiplication of these two numbers. And in the similar way, if you want to divide two numbers, this is interesting. So this is the product of these two numbers, and in order to divide two numbers, let's say this is division variable, and in order to divide these two numbers, you just use /, right? And let's take two simple numbers first of all. For example, 8 and 2, and I will just build and run this program, and it will ideally give us 4, because 8 divided by 2 is 4, right? So it gives us 4 as expected. But whenever, for example, I have 9 and I want to divide it by 2, and by the way, this is integer values, so let's change it to float. If 9 divided by 2 is 4.5, so that's why we will save it in float variable. Compile and run the program, and it will give us the value. Let's see what value it gives us first of all, and it gives us 0 because we haven't changed this thing, modulus f, and compile and run the program. In my computer, I don't know why it takes a little bit time to compile this program, and it gives us 4, which is not expected because 9 divided by 2 is 4.5. But what this / symbol do is it will give you the whole division. For example, 9 divided by 2 is, first of all, you will divide 9 by 2, then you will give 4, and it will leave the point value. So 0.5 it will leave always. By using this, you will always get the multiple. So 4, or whenever you have 11, it will give you 5, and the remainder it will not give you. Okay, and in order to get the remainder, so 11 divided by 2 is 5.5, and when you divide 11 by 2, it will fully divided by 5, and it will give the remainder of 1, right? So in order to get the remainder, you use this modulus operator, and let's change it to modulus and modulus, and try to run the program, and it will give 1. Okay, so this modulus always gives you the remainder, and this division always give you the whole multiple values. So 1, and when you use this, it will give you 5, because it will always skip division, always skip the remainder, and remainder only shows the remainder and nothing else. So in this way you can do simple math in C. There are other operators in C also, which I will show you in the further videos, but these are the simple math operators which are called multiplicative and additive operators in C, and you can do math with these operators. And one more thing, if you want to know what is the precedence of these operators, if you have seen in your schooling, you have something like PDMOS or something like MDAS something, right? And P stands for parenthesis, right? So parenthesis, it has the main priority, then multiplication, division, and then addition, and then subtraction. So always follow this rule to do the math and you will be good to go. Hello guys, welcome once again. In this video I'm going to show you how to use if conditions and what are if conditions in C. So as the name suggests, if condition or if statements check the condition whether it's true or false, and on the basis of the condition it executes some code or it will not execute some other code. Okay, so how we can declare if condition? Now I will give you an example first. For example, we want to check some person's age, and if this age is equal to 18, we want to print that the age is 18. If this age is greater than 18, we want to print that the age is greater than 18, and if this age is smaller than 18, then also we want to print that this age is smaller than 18. So how we can do this? We can do this by if conditions. Now to write if condition, the structure looks like this. You need to use this if statement or if keyword, and then these two brackets, and inside these two brackets comes your condition. So this condition can be true or false. So we evaluate our condition inside this bracket. Okay, and then in these curly brackets we execute some code on the basis of the validity of this condition. If this condition is true, the code inside these curly braces will be executed, otherwise this code will not be executed. Now let's see how we can check the age of some person. Now for taking the age from the user at runtime, we use scanf, and I have also shown that this scanf you can use to take the inputs from the user, right? So I will just tell the user first by printing this message that please enter the age, and in using this scanf I will take this input, and because this age is an integer, I will use this modulus d to take the integer, and then comma, then the age. Okay, but the correct way of using scanf with any value is to use this and the symbol before your variable name. And what this and symbol indicate is the address of this value. Okay, so in somewhere in your computer memory your variable will be stored. Okay, and whenever you write this and in your before your variable name, it indicates that you are scanning the address of this variable. Okay, so whenever some user will enter some value, it will be stored at this address, and we can access this age value after that. So whenever I will execute this program, you will understand it better. So it will take the input, and depending upon the age the user has entered, for example, the age, if the age is greater than 18 or 18, we will print that the age is, so if the age is greater than 18, we are checking some condition here. This is our condition, age is greater than 18, and in here we are going to print or execute some code, for example printing something that the age is greater than 18, greater than 18. Okay, now for example we want to check that if the age is equal to 18, then we can use some more if conditions. So if the age is equal to 18, now to calculate or to compare equal to, we need to use double equal sign, because when if you use single equal to sign, it will assign 18 to age, but we want to compare these two values, and to compare these two values we use double equal to here. Okay, now if the age is equal to 18, then we will print the age is equal to 18. Okay, equal to 18, and here greater than. Now for example we want to check if the age is less than 18. Once again we can use this by if condition, and this time we check if the age is less than, and less than symbol is this one, less than. Okay, if the age is less than, then just write less than. Okay, so we are going to check these three conditions. If this condition is true, this will be executed. If this condition is true, this one, if age is equal to 18, then this will be executed. Otherwise, if this condition is true, then this code will be executed. So this is condition based code execution. I will build the program and run the program, and first of all we are going to see this message, please enter the age, and we are going to enter the age. So it says please enter the age. I'm going to enter the age. For example, I enter the age 21. 21 is greater than 18, so we are expecting this message to be executed. And because these conditions are not match, then these code or these printf messages will not be printed. So let's see the output. Just write 21 and press enter, and it says age is greater than 18, which is true. The age is greater than 18, so this condition is true. That's why we can see this message. And because this condition, age is not equal to 18, 21 is not equal to 18, then this one is not executed. And 21 is not less than 18, so this condition is not executed as well. But 21 is greater than 18, so this condition is true, and this message will be printed. Now let's try to run this program once again. Now this time we will enter 18. Okay, and now this time we can see the message, the age is equal to 18. Okay, so age is equal to 18, because 18 is equal to 18, this condition is true and this is printed, and other conditions are not true, so their code is not executed. Once again we enter the age 15, and the third condition is true this time, age is less than 18, 15 is less than 18, so it says the age is less than 18, which is this message. So in this way you can use if conditions in C. Hello guys, welcome once again. In the last video I have shown you how to use if statement in C programming. Now in this video I'm going to show you how you can use if else statement in C, and how you can use
nested if else statement in C programming. So in the last video I have given you an example that how you can check the age of the person, whether it's greater than 18 or equal to 18 or it's less than 18, right? Now I'm going to take the same example to demonstrate if else statement. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this stuff, and now for example we just want to check whether the age is greater than 18 or it's not greater than 18. So we want to print if the age is greater than 18, then we want to print the age is greater than 18. Otherwise we want to print that the age is not greater than 18 or age is less than 18, right? So how we can do this? We can do this either you can write some condition that the age is for example if condition and something like this from our last video, but there is a condition called else which catches all the condition which is not true, right? So if age is not greater than 18, then the program goes to this else condition, and this else, as the name suggests, that it indicates every other condition which is not satisfied by your if condition. So if the age is not greater than 18, then it goes here in the else statement. So else after this bracket and then your curly bracket. So else doesn't take any condition because it doesn't need to check any condition, because it's everything other than this if condition, right? So in here we want to just write that the age is not greater than 18, right? And I'm going to compile and run my program, and this will give me the answer. So please enter the age. I will write, for example, age which is greater than 18, which is 21, and I will press enter, and it says me the age is greater than 18. Now I'm going to rerun the program, and this time I'm going to give 15, which is less than 18, right? And I will just press enter, and it says the age is not greater than 18. That means this condition is checked, and if this condition is not true, your program goes to this else condition or the else condition of this if statement, and this line will be printed, right? So this is how you can use else statement. Whatever which is not true in this condition or which is not satisfied by if condition will be cached by this else condition, right? Now there are situations where you need to check multiple situations. So for example, you can just check multiple condition by if else statement. So for example, you want to check if the age is greater than 18, or if the age is equal to 18, then you want to print age is equal to 18. Otherwise you want to print that age is not greater than or equal to 18. So you can just give the else here and then if, and as the name suggests, you can check the second condition using this else if statement, right? And it also takes this curly braces. Just provide these curly braces here, and here this because if it we are taking if condition here, so we need to check other condition. For example, age is equal to 18. Age is equal to 18. We are checking whether the age is equal to 18. If the age is equal to 18, we can just print age is equal to 18, Otherwise we will print age is not greater than 18 or age is not greater than or equal to 18. So age is not greater than or equal to 18, right? So we can check these conditions, and this is called else if. So we can check multiple conditions by using else if statement. If, else if, and then otherwise if the condition is not true, then this will be executed. So what will be the program flow here? The program will ask the age first to the user, and it goes here, and if this age entered by the user is greater than 18, then this will be printed, and every other if condition will be ignored, and this will not be executed, this code, and this code will not be executed. Otherwise, if the age is not greater than 18, then it will go to this condition checking, else if condition checking, and your age, if the age is equal to 18, then this will be printed, and everything other than this will be skipped, and all the other code will not be executed, right? Otherwise, if the age is not equal to 18 and if the age is not greater than 18, this code will be executed. And in the same way, you can use multiple if else conditions like this. Okay, so it's not restricted that you only need to use one if else statement or else if statement. You can use multiple condition, and you can check multiple conditions using if else statement. Now for example, you want to check whether this age is greater than 18 but it's less than 21 also. How you can check it? So if the age is greater than 18, we want to print this condition, and inside this code we also want to check if the age is less than 21. So you can use nested if conditions like this. So here inside your if condition, which is this curly braces, you can use if. Once again, you can check the age is less than 21. You can print age is less than 21. Okay, so you can just print age is greater than 18 but less than 21. Okay, and in the other case, you can just write else here, else, and you can just provide other statement that if the age is greater than 18 but it's not less than 21. So but not less than 21. Okay, I will compile and run this program, and this is called nested if else condition. Okay, so because you are using if condition inside a if condition, it's called nested if else statements. Okay, so it's not necessary that you cannot use if condition inside if condition. You can use multiple if condition to check multiple conditions in C, right? Run the program, and for example, I give the age 26, which is greater than 18 but it's not less than 21. So ideally we will see this message, the age is greater than 18 but not less than 21. Press enter, and it says the age is greater than 18, which is this statement, which is due to this statement, the age is greater than 18. Now it goes here and it sees that 26 is not less than 21, so it goes to the else condition and it will print this, the age is greater than 18 but not less than 21, and it's printing it here, the age is greater than 18 but not less than 21. Otherwise, I will rerun this program, and let's delete, or not delete, but let's provide this line break here. so that this will be the change in the line, and this time we provide 20 as the age, and it says that the age is greater than 18 but the age is also less than 21, right? So in this way you can just check whether this age is multiple condition. You can check it from here, right? So this is how you can use if else statement and nested if else statement in C. This is called nested if inside your if else statement, and this is called else if statement, and this is called else statement in if statements.
Hello guys, welcome once again. In the last two videos I have been showing you how to use if else conditions in C. Now in this video I'm going to teach you about the ternary or conditional operator in C. This is also used to make decisions in C, but whenever you want to make a decision which is very short and you want to do it in a single line, this ternary conditional operator can be useful. Now how to use this ternary conditional operator? So for example, I have two integer variables. Integer a is equal to, for example, 10 here, or 19, and integer b is equal to 20, for example. Okay, now I want to compare these two integers. I can do it with the help of if conditions, but for comparing and writing if and then else, this can be a little bit longer expression in terms of code to compare these two. The shorter form of comparing these two integers can be, for example, I can declare integer c and I want to transfer the greater of these two values a and b, which is b, to c. So I want to compare a and b, and whatever variable is greater, or whatever value is greater, then we want to transfer this value to c. Okay, so there is an operator called ternary operator, which is like this. It's used like this. So you have this bracket, and in this bracket you just write your condition as you write in the if condition, and then you give a small question mark here, and then if the condition is true, you can transfer or pass the value to your result from here. Otherwise, if the value is false, then the value which is contained after this colon will be transferred to your value, or will be returned. So I will give you an example what I mean by this. So for example, I want to have c is equal to the greater of these from these two values a and b. So I will compare these two values like this. If a is greater than b, which is not greater than b obviously, then I'm asking c, so I will give this question mark, and then if a is greater than b, I want to return, for example, a. Okay, or if a is greater than b, I want to return b, otherwise a. So if a is greater than b, I will return b, which is like this, or else I will return a. Okay, so this will be executed by c like this. This bracket will compare the condition. If a is greater than b, obviously in our condition a is not greater than b, because 19 is not greater than 20, then it will return b. B is, which is 20. right? Otherwise, if the value of a is greater than b, then it will once again return b, right? So in our condition, what will happen? A is greater than b, which is not true. Then this condition will be returned. A is returned. If the condition is fulfilled, the first parameter is returned. If the condition is false, then the second parameter will be returned. So the value of c in our case will be, what will be the value? A will be the value 19, right? So we can print this value, printf, and then in the double quote, answer, for example, answer is equal to %t comma value of c. We want to print value of c, right? I will compile and run this program, and let's see what will be the answer. I forgot this semicolon here, so once again compile and run the program, and the answer here is 19. Because a is not greater than b, then it will return the second argument. Because our condition is false, so it will return the second argument. If the condition is true, it will return the first argument. So in our case, the condition is false. Because a is not greater than b, then it will return the second parameter, which is a, which is 19. Now for example, the value of a changes to 25. What will happen? Now our condition is true. 25 is greater than 20. Then it will be returned like this. B will be returned because the condition is fulfilled. And we have seen that if the condition is fulfilled, then the first parameter will be returned, right? So when I compile and run the program, it will return 20, right? Because the value of b is 20. Okay, so in this way you can use this ternary conditional operator in C. Now you may ask, what is the performance difference between this ternary operator and if else condition? Because you can also write if else condition to compare a and b, right? So there are arguments about the performance. Some says the performance of ternary operator is faster than if else condition, but the benefit of this ternary operator is if you want to write your code in one line, because if you would have used if condition, you would have written at least 4 or 5 lines. But this is simple looking, and it's serving your purpose, and it will not even killing your performance, right? So it's more visibly good, and you can directly by seeing this you can say what the programmer wants to write, rather than writing those long if else condition. So always, if you want to compare two values and you have only if or else condition, then you can replace it by this ternary conditional operator. So I hope you have understood this basic concept of ternary conditional operator in C.
Hello guys, welcome to the next video on C programming for beginners, and in this video I'm going to show you how you can use switch statement in C. Now in the last two videos I've been showing you how to use if else conditions and multiple if else conditions in C, and switch statements are also condition based statements, but they are little different in a sense that you can use conditions with switch statement, but conditions must be constant conditions. So let me give you an example, and then you will understand how
switch statement works in C. So first of all, we will see how switch statements are declared in C. Okay, so the basic syntax of switch statements is like this. Okay, so I will just delete this for now, and so that you can, you know, see what is the basic switch statement code. So switch statement start from this switch keyword, and then comes these two brackets, and in here comes the expression. Expression is something which you want to, you know, validate on the basis of some case, right? Now inside these two curly braces comes some cases. So case and then some constant expression. I will give you an example. This is just the syntax I want to show you. So case and then comes some condition or constant expression, right? And then comes this colon, and inside or down under this case comes the statement or the code which you want to execute here, right? Now after this code is executed, you break this switch statement with this break keyword. So this is an optional keyword. Sometimes you don't need this break, sometimes you need this break, and I will tell you where exactly you need this break and where you don't need this break, right? In the same way, you can have multiple cases inside your switch conditions, and whenever, you know, whatever condition is not covered by your case is covered by this default. So if none of the case is true, this will be executed, which is a default case. So default case starts with this keyword default colon and then your case. Now let's see an example, and then we will be able to understand it much better. So for example, we want to calculate the grade of a student, and on the basis of grade we want to give some message or print some message. So for example, int, and let's say student scores some marks. So I will name my variable as marks, and on the basis of marks we want to decide if the student is excellent or whatever, good or very good, or he has scored poor grades. Okay, so now we use switch statement, switch, and I told you then comes then an expression, and this expression will be our mark because on the basis of this mark we are going to evaluate some cases, and on the basis of cases we will execute some code. But first of all, let's assign some value to mark. For example, 90% of mark, or 80, or whatever you want to decide, right? Now mark is our expression which we will evaluate, the value of mark we will evaluate, and then comes these two curly braces, and inside these curly braces comes the case, right? Case and then your mark value. So different value of mark we can evaluate. Right now mark is equal to 90, but for example mark can be 80 or 70 or 60 or whatever, right? So for example, mark is equal to 90, then we want to printf, and we want to print this is an excellent grade, right? Excellent. Okay, and then the same semicolon, and then we will break. Now comes the second case. For example, in this case we want to evaluate mark is equal to 80, right? And let me give some indents here. And when grade is 80 or for example 75, we will say that he has scored very good grade, for example. Okay, so we will print, instead of excellent, we will print very good. Okay, in the similar way, you can just add break here, and break is nothing but a keyword which breaks this switch case, and I will explain you what it does. But let me add two more conditions, and these two conditions will be, first is 60% of mark, and then we will say good, the grades are good, or we will say 50% of mark and or 40% of mark, and we will say grades are okay or poor or whatever. This is just an example. Or otherwise, we will say if the grades are not 90 or 75 or 60 or 40, there can be grade which is not covered by these cases, then we will have the default case. Default, and this case covers any value other than covered by these cases, right? So we will print grade unavailable. Okay, so let's run this program and let's see how it works. Okay, so I will just compile and run this program, and it says excellent, right? And that's what it must do, because you see marks is equal to 90, so it assigns mark is equal to 90, right? And then we are checking the value of 90 using this switch statement, and because mark is 90, it goes to this case where mark is equal to 90. Then it prints this message, and what this break does is, if the case is fulfilled, then we want to break out of this switch statement, and we don't want to execute any other statement other than whatever is fulfilling our case, right? So it prints excellent and it breaks out of the switch statement, and whenever your C program sees this break statement, it jumps out of your switch case right at the end of the switch case. Okay, now for example our marks are 75, then let's see what's the answer or what it prints. It prints very good, which is true, right? So in the case of 75, mark is equal to 75, and search for the case for 75. If the case 75 is present, it will print your value, or it will execute whatever code you will write here, and then it will see this break keyword, and it jumps out of this switch statement. But the important thing here is the case 90 is not executed, because the code inside this case 90 is not executed because the case is not 90. Mark is 75. The value of mark we are checking, right? So value of mark is not 90, value of mark is not 60, value of not mark is not 40, but value of mark right now is 75. That's why we have executed this code, or C has executed this code, but other codes are not executed. Okay, so on the basis of these cases, you can define multiple cases, and whatever case is fulfilled at a time, that code will be executed, or code inside that case will be executed. Otherwise, code will not be executed. Okay. Now you may ask that this code can be 95 also, and then also the student has scored excellent marks, right? So in order to do this, for example, for covering 95 grade or other grades, for example like this, and if the grade is 95, still we want to print this excellent grade. So what you do, you just use case 95 and you don't execute any code inside this case, and you don't give any break here. So this means whenever you give a case without any code and without any break here, this means that this and this are the conditions which are covered, and if either of those conditions are fulfilled, then this code will be executed. Okay. So if the mark is equal to 95, it sees here that case 95 and it jumps to the next case, and it's because it's not breaking anywhere, so it jumps to the next case, right? If there will be a break here, this kind of break keyword, then it jumps out of your switch code. But because we are not giving here this break, it jumps to the next condition and executes the next statement, which is print excellent. So let's see what happens when grades are 95, and we will compile our code and it says excellent, and this is what we were expecting, because there is no break inside this case 95, so it jumps to the next case in the series of cases. Or in this same way, you can provide same cases for example 97 or even 85. You can do 85 here, 85, and all those 4 cases will be covered by this statement. Okay. In a similar way, whenever you want to have a very good grade, you can cover 70 or 75 also. So 70 or 75 without giving this break keyword. Break keyword break your statement and go out of your statement. Okay. For example, grade is right now 75, and we will compile and run the program. It says very good, right? So you can cover different cases and execute a same statement using or without using this break keyword. Okay. So this is how you use switch cases in C programming. I hope you have understood the basic concept of switch cases. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on C programming for beginners, and in this video we are going to see how we can use loops in C, and we will start with while loop, how to use while loop in C programming. Now first of all, what are while loops? So, or even you may be wondering what are even loops in C. Now as the name suggests, loop is a piece of code which will execute again and again and again until and unless some condition is true. Okay. Now for example, we want to print the values of integer from 0 to 10, and we don't want to use printf again and again to print print 1, print 2, or printf1, printf2, printf3. Instead of that, we just want to use one line of code printf, and we want to print from 0 to 10 using the single line of code, which is printf. We can do it by using while loop. Okay, so a loop is something which executes your code again and again and again until and unless some condition is true. Now, how to use while loop? So let's use the same example to print 10 numbers. So I will declare int I is equal to 0 as my variable, and then I want to print a number or integers from 0 to 10 or 0 to 9 itself. So while I can use while loop by this keyword while, and then comes your condition, and then comes your curly braces, and inside those curly braces comes your condition. So inside our while loop we want to print the integer 10 times, right? So print f, and then we will say value of I is equal to percentage d, right, comma I. Okay, and in this in these brackets comes your condition. Okay, so we will check whether I is less than 10. If I is less than 10, then we want to execute this code. Okay, and if this I, whenever it goes greater than 10 or like this, we want to go out of this loop. Okay, so this is, or this bracket of while is evaluating our condition. Okay, now we will just give the semicolon to our code, and then we will increment the value of I like this. I is equal to I plus 1. Okay, this expression I is equal to I plus 1 you can write in short by writing I plus plus. Okay, so there are two ways of incrementing the value of I, like this, I is equal to I plus 1, or you can do I plus plus, it's same as I is equal to I plus 1. So we will use I plus plus for now. Okay, and then let's try to compile our code. So what it's doing, it's checking this condition. If this condition is true, it will print this, but because I will never be true, because first of all I is equal to 0, and this condition in this case what I have written will never be true. I is equal to 0, which is not greater than 10, then this loop will never be executed. Why? Because this condition is not true at the first place, so this code will not execute. Okay, so let's see what happens when we compile and run the code, and nothing happens, and this is what we were expecting. But when we check I is less than 10, then because the value of I is equal to 0, it goes to this while, and it goes to check this condition whether 0 is less than 10, and it will say yes, 0 is less than 10, then execute this code which will print 0 and then increment the value of I by 1, which is 0 plus 1 is equal to 1, and then it will do it again and again until this condition is met. So let's try compile and run the program, and we can see the value of I is equal to 0, value of I is equal to 1, but I forgot to give the line break. So we will give this line break from here, and then once again we will run the code. like this. So it has printed value of I is equal to 0 in the starting, and then value of I is equal to 1, then value of I is equal to 2, 3, 4 until I is equal to 9. Okay. So what's happening here? At the first place, the value of I, we have declared it as 0. So it goes to a while loop and it checks this condition that 0 is less than 10. So it goes inside this loop because the condition is true, and it prints this message value, this should be value of I is equal to whatever the value of I is 0 right now, so it will print I is equal to 0, and then we are increasing the value of I by 1, right? I plus plus is equal to I plus 1. So now the value of I becomes 1, and it goes once again to check this condition whether I is less than 10. So the value of I is equal to 1, which is less than 10. Once again it will print value of I is equal to 1 and increment the value of I by 1, which is 2. Once again it goes again and again until and unless I becomes 10 here. So when I becomes 10 here, it will go here and see 10 is not less than 10. So it will not print any code here because this condition is not true, and then it goes out of the loop. So this is what happening in this code, right? So once again run this code and it will run and it will print 0 to 9. Now for example, you want to print until 10, we can just write if I is less than or equal to 10, then print this code. So this expression is I is less than or equal to 10. Okay, so run the program and now this prints from 0 to 10. Okay, so once again, a loop is something which iterates or executes your code again and again until and unless some condition is true. So in the case of while loop, the condition is this thing we have provided, and it will execute again and again until and unless this condition is met. Hello guys, welcome once again. In the last video, I've shown you how you can use loops in C, and I have shown you how you can use while loop in C. Now in this video, we are going to see how we can use do while loop, which is one more kind of loop, and what is the difference between do while loop and while loop. Okay, so let's assume that we want to execute the number or integers from 0 to 10 as we have done in the last video, but this time we want to do it with the do while loop. Okay, so this was the code we have written in the last video, which I'm going to comment because later in the video we will see how or what is the difference between do while loop and while loop. So let's see what is the syntax of do while loop first. So you just write a keyword do and then give this semicolon, and after this semicolon at the end of your curly braces, this is not semicolon, this is curly braces, sorry, and at the end of your curly brace you just write while, it should be while, and then you give your condition. Okay, so keyword do and then curly brace, then while, then your condition. Now once again, for example, we want to print values of integer from 0 to 10. I'm going to copy this code in here and it will print the value 0 to 10, and the condition will be same as earlier, which is while I is less than or equal to 10. Okay, and I will just compile this program and run the program, and it prints the value 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 up to 10, right? And in here what's happening is, first of all, your I is equal to 0 and it says do. Do means do something. So before checking any condition, your statement will be executed, which is this one. So it prints I is equal to 0 and then it increases I by 1, and now our value of I is 1, which is less than 10, right? So it goes in the loop once again and it prints I is equal to 1, and in here it increases the value of I is by 1 once again, so I is equal to 2 this time. Then 2 is less than or equal to 10, which is true. Once again it will go in this loop until I is equal to 10. Now I is equal to 10, this will be true and this will be printed. But now when the value of I becomes 11, this is false, this condition is false, and as soon as this condition is false, it goes out of the loop. Okay, so what is the difference between this do while loop and while loop? The difference is, whenever we use while loop, it checks the condition first and then executes your code. But in the do while loop, it executes your code at least once and then checks your condition, and if this condition is true, it will once again go into the statement here and it will execute a statement, and as soon as this statement is false, it goes out of the loop. Okay, so do loop or do while loop executes your code at least once without checking the condition, but while loop checks the condition first and then executes the code. Now let's see what is the basic difference here. So for example, I will just give the separator, or I will print some separator here so that we know that the code above this star line is for do while loop and code below the star line is for while loop, right? And I will compile this program, and everything is fine. It prints from 0 to 10, which is okay, and because value of I is the same here, right? So here value of I will be 10 once again. So what we are going to do is, here we will take, instead of I, we will take variable j in while loop. So j here, I will replace j here, and j, value of j is equal to j plus plus, right? Why I have done that? Because the value of, otherwise the value of I will be same for this, and we will never find the difference between the two loops. Once again, I will run the program and it prints this value. I forgot j here, so I must give j here also, and once again I will compile the code. And now you can see it prints the value of first of all I, and then it prints the value of j. Okay, so it starts from a 0. I will just make it bigger so that we can see all the values. So the value of I starts from 0 up to 10, and value of j starts from 0 up to 10. My battery is going, so I must hurry up, I think. So right, so value of I starts from 0 to 10, and the value of j starts from 0 to 10. Now let's see the difference here. Now for example, I will give some condition which is not true. Okay, so for example, I am checking whether I is greater than 10, which is not true because value of I is 0. 0 is not greater than 10, right? and in this case also value of j is greater than 10, we are checking, which is false because value of j is 0, which is not greater than 10. J is not greater than 10. What happens here? Run the code and we see that value of I is equal to 0, which is it prints value of I is equal to 0 and then it increments the value of I by 1, so I becomes 1. 1 is not greater than 10, so it goes out of the loop. So what we have seen, that do loop performs your statement at least once and then checks the condition. But in the case of while loop, here j is equal to 0, 0 is not greater than 10, so nothing is executed from this while loop. Okay, so nothing is printed here. So this is the difference between while loop and do while loop. So always remember, whenever you want to execute your code at least once, use do while loop, and whenever you want to check the condition first and then execute your code, then use while loop. So I hope you have understood the basic concept of do while loop and difference between do while loop and while loop.
Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on C programming for beginners. In the last two videos we have seen how a loop works in a C, and we have learned how to use while loop and do while loop in C. Now in this video we are going to learn how to use for loop in C. So for loop is also a kind of loop which depends upon the initialization condition and the increment property. So let's see what is the basic structure of for loop, and then we will take an example and see how it works. So the basic structure of for loop looks like this, and this structure starts with a keyword for, and then comes these brackets, and in these bracket comes three arguments, and these arguments are separated by these semicolon. Okay, so these are the semicolons, and these are three different parameters, and then comes these two curly braces, and if the condition in this for loop is true, then this code inside your for loop will be executed. Now first parameter in this for loop is called init or initialization of something. Second parameter checks whether some condition is true or not, which is related to initialization, and then the third parameter is the increment of the parameter which you have initialized in the first parameter. So this is the basic structure of for loop. Now let's take the same example which we have been seeing in the last two videos, just printing 0 to 10 as an integer. So I will just declare a variable which is equal to 0, and on the basis of this variable I want to print 10. But in the last video I have shown you that you need to declare this, first of all initialize it, and then you need to give the while loop and then check the condition and then increment. But in the for loop it's done automatically, and you don't need to initialize anything separately. But what we will do is we'll just start with for and then with a bracket, and inside this bracket I have told you first a parameter is the initialization. So initialization, you can do it like this: int I, and then I is equal to 0, right? It's just like declaring a variable int a is equal to 0, like this. Okay, so in for loop we don't need to do this kind of initialization separately, but we can do it inside the for loop. Okay, now comes the semicolon and then comes the condition. So as we have seen in the last two videos that in while loop and do while loop we check some condition to fulfill, and if this condition is fulfilled, then we execute the code. So in this for loop we are checking if I is less than 10. Okay, so we are checking this condition if the value of I is less than 10. Because we have initialized I with 0, value of I will be replaced here, and it will check first of all 0 is less than 10, which is true, and it will keep on going like this until and unless the condition is met. Now the third parameter is incrementing the values like this, I plus plus. And in the previous videos I have told you I plus plus just means I, for example, I is equal to I plus 1. It's just like this. In short, whenever you want to increment the value of any variable, you just write I plus plus like this. Okay, now comes your curly braces. So what we have done in our for loop, we have initialized a variable, and then we are checking on the basis of that variable if some condition is true, and we are incrementing the variable which we have initialized. Now we just need to do whatever we want to do inside our for loop. For example, we want to print, so we just write printf, and then we can write the value of I is equal to percentage %d, right? And then comma I, and don't forget this semicolon here, and this should be value. Okay, so the for loop takes care of your initialization, condition and increment, and then you can do whatever you want to do inside your loop, and this loop will print the value of I from 0 to 10, and it's incrementing it also. Now let's first run our program and let's see what's the result. And first of all, what's it saying? Some error it's showing, so I will see what's the error. And the error is for loop initial declaration are only allowed in here. Okay, so what we will do here?
So if you see this error which says that for loop initial declaration are only allowed in C99 mode, then you have C99, which is a newer version of C, is not enabled in your IDE, especially in code blocks. So to enable this C99 in your code blocks, you just need to go to your project. So just right click your project here, or you can just go to the settings here. So I will prefer to go to my project and right click my project, and I will go to the build or the properties here, the last option. So go to the last option called properties, and in here go to project build option. So click this project builds option, and in here it will open project builds option, and in here you will be able to see compiler flags, and there is a tab called other options. Okay, in other options you just need to type this minus std is equal to C99. Okay, so just type this minus std is equal to C99 and just click OK. Click OK, and I will just paste it here so you can see it better. It's minus std C99. Okay, now when I compile this program and run this,
it runs, right? And I should give this line break here so we can see the output. And now we can see from 0 to 9 the value of I is printed. And how it's working? So initially we initialize the value of I is equal to 0, and then C checks this condition if the value of I, which is initially 0, is less than 10 or not. If it's less than 10, then it goes here and executes your code first, and then after your code execution, just above this curly braces ending, it increases the value of I. So then before the value of I was 0, now it becomes 1, and then once again it checks whether this condition is true. 1 is less than 10, which is not true. It prints the value of I and then increments the value of I just before here. So I becomes 2, and it goes and goes and goes until and unless this condition becomes false, and then it goes out of the loop. Okay, so once again it prints from 0 to 9, and if you want to print 0 to 10, just add equal to after your greater than or less than sign. Okay, so there is a simple rule here, is always use equal to after your greater than or smaller than this symbol. Okay, and once again when you run the program, it prints from 0 to 10. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on C programming for beginners, and in this video I'm going to show you how you can use function in C and what is a function. So first of all, what is a function? A function is a piece of code or a block of code which we can use to perform a particular task. For example, adding two numbers. You may wish to add two numbers multiple times in your program, and you can define a function for this to add two numbers, and you can use your function again and again, or you can call your function again and again inside any other function. So let's see how we can declare function. But first of all, I must say that every C program has at least one function, and this function is called main, right? In the starting of this series, I have told you that this main is a function. Okay, and every program has at least one function, and this function is called main. And whenever you execute your program, C searches for this main function and executes whatever inside this. So function more or less looks like this itself. It has a return type, it has the name of the function. This is an inbuilt name in C, which is main, but you can define user defined function and give it any name, and then comes these bracket and then curly braces. So let's see how or what is the definition or declaration of this function, for example. So this is how you declare a function. This is not an actual declaration, but this is some pseudo declaration. I will declare a function in a moment. So function you can declare, first of all, you must have the type of function which it returns, and then you give the name to your function, and then in the bracket you can pass argument or parameters like this of some type, and inside your curly braces you write your code. Okay, so I will just comment this for now so that we can see as a reference, see it as a reference. Right now you can define your function above your main function or below your main function,
but there is a difference in using or declaring your function above and below, which I am going to tell you. But let's take an example. For example, we want to add two numbers using a function. So how we can do it? Or let's take a rather more simple example than this also. We want to print something using a function. Okay, so for example, I have told you that function start with a return type, and this time we, for example, we don't want to return anything, then we write void. Void means we are not returning anything, right? Then comes the name of the function. This name you can define anything. For example, my function name, any name you can give it. And then comes your bracket like this, and it can take some parameters, and it cannot it's your wish if you want to give some parameters to this function or not. It depends upon your requirement. Right now we don't want to pass any parameters, but we will see how we can use parameters with function in the next videos. So just for now we will not pass any parameter to the function, right? And then comes these two curly braces. And now in this function I want to perform some code. For example, I want to print something, print f, and we can say we are inside a function, right? And end line. Okay, now for example, you want to do some more stuff. For example, adding some two numbers. For example, you want to add two numbers and show the sum. So you can just write print f. This should be printf, not printf, and then you can write sum is equal to, and then you can write percentage d, and then you can add two numbers. For example, 10 plus 52. This is just an example I'm giving you. So you can just write your code inside a function. Any code, any numbers of line you can write inside a function, and then you can call this function in your main. And for calling your function, you just need to copy the name of the function as it is. Just copy this name, and then inside your main function, which is this one, you just paste it here. Okay, and then give a semicolon here. And what this do is, this function name is replaced by this code. Okay, so whenever you call a function, this code is also called in place of this function. So indirectly we are calling this code in here inside our main function. Okay, and the logical name we have given to this function, so that more or less the name of the function should reflect the code which we are writing. Okay, now we will run the code, compile and run the code, and it says sum is equal to 62, which is this line, sum is equal to 62, and then it write we are inside a function, right? So what happens here? Your program starts from here and goes to the second line, and then comes here, and it sees that there is a declaration of function. So it remembers that this is a function which we have declared, and whenever our main function calls this function, we need to execute these lines. And because we are calling this function inside our main, it will execute this. Okay, you can use this function multiple times inside your code also, like this, 3 times. And for example, I will just change this line so that we can see it more clearly. And you can see sum62 we are in the function, sum62 we are in the function 3 times. Okay, so this shows that you can call a function multiple times in your code, and that is the basic usage of function. So function makes your code really readable and fast to execute, and you can perform this function or call this function again and again. So this makes your code really short and understandable and concise. Okay. Now, some people also like to call this function below the main function here, and there is no difference in declaring the function below your main or above the main. But if you want to declare your function below your main, you just need to prototype your function. Just copy this here and paste the declaration here, right? And I will show you, if you don't do this, what happens. If I don't prototype this, I will just delete this and try to compile my program. It still runs, but when you prototype your function, then you are just saying your C program that there is a function called my first function name, which we are going to define somewhere in our code. So your C program comes here and sees there is a function with a name my function name, which is defined in our code. So it goes from here to here and see the definition of the function. This is the definition of the function, and this is called the prototyping of the function or forward declaration of the function. And then it goes here, and whenever your main calls your function, it knows that this function is defined here. Okay, so it's a good practice, whenever you define a function below your main, just prototype it like this. And what I mean by prototyping, you just need to copy this from void to the function, not the curly braces, but from here to here, and just paste it here and give a semicolon here after this. Okay, and run it once again, and it will execute fine. So this is how you can use functions in C. There are different kind of function. For example, function which takes parameter, or functions which returns some value, which I will show you in the next videos. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on C programming for beginners. And in the last video I have shown you what is a function and how we can call function from our main function, right? And how we can declare a simple function like this. Okay, now in this video I'm going to show you how to declare and use a function which takes parameters or arguments. So suppose we want to make a function which adds two values and prints the sum. Okay, so what we are going to do is, here we will declare a function which returns nothing. So we will write void and then the name of the function. You can name it as sum or add, whatever you find appropriate for your program. Okay, I will name it as sum. And now, because we want to pass two numbers which we can sum, we will pass them as an argument for a function. So how to pass an argument? In these two brackets, we will give int the type of the argument first,
and then we will give the name of the argument, for example a. And in a similar way we can pass the second argument int b, and you can pass any number of argument in the function, for example int c, int d, and so on. But right now we want to just add two numbers, so we will pass only two arguments, right? And then we will just give two curly braces here, not this one but this one. And now what we want to do from this function, we want to add these two functions and pass it into other variable. For example, we will name it as sum, which will hold the sum of our two argument, which is a and b. So we will just do a plus b, and now we want to print the sum, so we will just write print f, and inside this we will just write sum is equal to percentage d comma sum. Okay, and now and whenever you want to add these two numbers, you can just call the sum function inside your main function here. So just call it, and for example you want to add two numbers, for example you want to add 50 and 60, so we will just write 50 comma 60, because this sum function takes two arguments, one is a and one is b. So you can pass 50 as a and 60 as b here, right? And what will this will do? So this sum function will replace a by 50 and b by 60, and then in here this a plus b will be 50 plus 60, and it will transfer the sum to this sum variable, and then this sum will be printed here. So let's try to run the program first, and it prints 110, which is true. In a similar way you can call this function multiple times. For example, you want to get the sum multiple times. Let's give /n here to change the line, and this time we want to add 100 or 1000 plus 500. In here we want to add 111 and 222, and in here we want to add 123 and 4 5 6, for example, and we want to print the sum of all these, this and this. Run the program and it will give you the sum 110, 1500, which is the sum of these two numbers, 33 or 333, which is the sum of these two numbers, and 596, which is sum of these two numbers, right? Let me change this slash to backslash, because it will just change the line like this, and run the program once again, and now it will change the line 110, 1500, 333 and 579, which is the addition of first sum, second sum, third sum and fourth sum, like this. And you can call your function multiple times. Now for example, you want that user should define these two values. At runtime, what we can do is we can declare two numbers, x comma y, two integers which are, and then we will ask the user to give these two numbers. So we will print f and we will write please enter two numbers, okay, and then /n to change the line, and then we will just say printf number one and change the line once again, and then we will use scanf, which we use to take input, right?
So we will write scanf, and then in the bracket %d, and then comma, and then this symbol to take integer, this AND symbol, right? And then value of x, which will be our first number, and in the same way we will pass the second number, which is y. So printf number 2, this is number 2. I'll give space so we can see it better, and the second time we will pass or scan y. So x is this one and y is this one. We are scanning two numbers, and now we will pass these x and y sum as a first argument and second argument for this sum function. And what will this do? Now when we run the program, we will run the program first, and now the program asks for two numbers. So it says please enter two numbers, number 1, so we will give number 1, for example 6458, this is the number 1, and press enter, and now it says number 2, so we will give second number 1025, for example, and when we press enter we will see sum is equal to 7483, which is the sum of the above two numbers, right? So in this way we can ask the user to give two numbers, and we can make the sum of these two numbers and print it on the screen, right? So these are called function with argument, and arguments is this one, argument 1, argument 2, and in the same way you can pass any number of argument to a function, and you can call your function inside your main program with those arguments, right? So I hope you have understood the basic concept of functions with arguments or functions with parameter.
Hello guys, welcome once again. In the last two videos I have been showing you how to use functions in C, and in the last video I have shown you how to use a function with arguments or parameters. Now in this video I'm going to show you how you can use function to return some value, right? So till now we have been writing functions like this with a void, but from any function you can return some value which can be of any type, for example integer, double, character, or string, or anything. So let's see how we can use a function to return a value. Now for example we want to make a function which gives us the product of something. This example I have shown you last time, if you remember, and what I was doing in this function is I was asking the user to enter two values. So it says please enter two values, number 1, and I scan first number and I scanned second number, and then I passed these two numbers to this function. Now let's say we want to make a function which gives us the value or product of something, and then we want to process this number. So we will make a new function here to return some value. So for example we want to make a function which gives us the multiplication of two numbers or product of two numbers. So and it will return something. So what we are going to do, we are going to write first of all return value. Earlier we used to write here void because we were not returning anything, but this time we will return some integer from the function. That's why we are writing int here, right? And then write the name of the function, for example product. This is the name of the function, and what this will do, it will take two argument, int a comma int b, and it's going to give us the result as a product of these two numbers. So in order to return some value, for example product of these two numbers, we use a keyword called
return. Okay, and because we want to return product of A and B, we can write A asterisk B, right? So we can return the product of A and B, and what this basically mean is this function will take two parameters A and B, and then in here it will make the product of these two numbers A and B, and then it will return this number as an integer, right? And then we can use this number for doing some other mathematical stuff or anything else. So for calling this function, we can call it just by its name, and because we have the code from the last time in which we have declared two numbers and we were asking user to enter two numbers, this is really basic, so by now you may have known what this code is doing. It's just taking two values from the user, and then we will pass these two values x comma y to our product function, right? And then this x comma y will be replaced here in the place of A and B, and it will give multiply these two numbers, and then it will return the product as an integer. So because it's going to return our product, we will define an integer, for example int prod. So this integer we will use, integer variable we will use to store the product which will be returned by this product function, right? So product or prod is equal to product, because this function is going to return something as an integer, and we will store this integer which this function is going to return in this variable, right? And then we can print the value of printf, and then we can print product is equal to %d comma prod, which is this one, this variable, right? And let's see what happens when we compile our program. I will just make it a little bit smaller so that we can see all our program. I will run the program now, and it's saying something. Let's see what's the error. And the error here is undefined reference to printf. So this should be p small, right? Run the program, and it says enter first number, for example 20. I press enter, enter second number, for example 30, and when I press enter, it gives us the product of these two numbers, which is 600, right? And what this has basically done, we have given two numbers, x is equal to 20, y is equal to 30. So now x is equal to 20, which is replaced here, and y is equal to 30, which is replaced here. So 20 and 30 is passed to this function, and this goes here. Then it will multiply 20 and 30, and then it will return the result into this variable which we can store. Okay, in a simple simple usage, if you don't understand still what this is doing, then what we can do is we can directly pass two values, for example 10 and 60, for example. I'm taking simple values so that you can understand. So this is basically 10 and 20 we have passed to this function. Because this function takes integer, so we need to pass only integers here, right? So 10 will be replaced here at the place of A, and 60 will be replaced here at the place of B. Now 10 will be multiplied by 60, and then it will be returned, and this value we can store it in another variable, for example this variable, which we can use for something.
or for example, if you want to use this function in or this variable for some other use, so what we want to do is, for example, a result is equal to, and then do %d, and what we want to do is, whatever product we are getting from our product function, we want to add 10 to it and then show the result. Okay, so I will call product, and let's delete this thing for now, and we will make it more simple. So what we are going to do is, we are going to call this function called product, and we will pass two values. For example, we pass this time 5 and 5 once again. So 5 into 5 is 25, right? This is a simple parameter I'm giving so that we know the result. So 5 into 5 is 25, which will be returned by this product, and we can add 10 to it, and the result will be 35, right? So let's try and run the program. It says result is equal to 35. So you can use this function which returns integer value as a parameter, which you can do arithmetic operation on this parameter or on this function also. So in this way you can use function which returns value. Okay, and don't forget to use this return keyword whenever you are returning anything. So I hope you understood the basic concept of function which returns. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on C programming for beginners, and in this video we will discuss about scope rules in C. Now there are two kind of variable declaration in C. One is called a local variable, which we have been seeing in our tutorial, and one is called global variable. So for example, local variable is a variable which you declare inside some function. So inside, for example, in main you can declare int a is equal to 10. It's called a local variable. Okay, so what it's called? Local variable. Okay, now whenever you declare a variable which is not inside any function, it's called a global variable. Okay, so for example, I declare a function which is not inside main, or I will declare one more function, int for example, or void number print. It doesn't take any argument and it prints something. Okay, and here we can declare a variable called x, or a variable called int, or any variable, int a, and this is also a local variable, right? Because it's declared inside your function. But whenever you declare a variable, for example int g, it's called a global variable. Okay, which is not inside any function. And what is the difference between global and local variable is, a local variable is only valid inside your function, so it's local to your function. So you cannot use this a inside this number, or you cannot use this x inside this main function or anywhere else. But on the other hand, a global variable is visible to every function in our program. So you can use this global variable here also and here also. Now let's see what I mean by that. So for example, I want to print, I declare global variable as 0, or for example I just declare a global variable. And just remember
I will just comment here global variable. And always remember, whenever you declare a global variable and it's initialized by 0, if it's int, float or double, it's already initialized by 0, you don't need to initialize it by 0. But a local variable, whenever you declare it like this, it's not initialized by 0, so this variable can contain any value, any garbage value, and you may not know the value of this a. So let's see, first of all we will print f. We will print the value of this global variable. Global is equal to %d, and this should be %d without space, and comma g. We are printing this value, right? In the same way, we will print this local variable. So we will write local and we will print a. Okay, or let's name them logically. So I will name this variable as global underscore v, and I will name it as local underscore v. Local underscore v stands for local variable, and global underscore v stands for global variable. So I use this global variable to print here, or let's not print it here, but let's print this global variable value in our main function, because we are not going to call this function for now, and this should be local variable. And remember, we haven't initialized this and this by any value. Let's see what happens when we run this program. We can see that this variable local is equal to 77. Let me give one more thing here, which is this /n to change the line, and I will run the program, and you can see this local variable is printing 77, but we haven't initialized this local variable by any value, so it's taking the garbage value. But whenever you use this global variable, it's always initialized by 0, even if you haven't assigned any value to it. So just remember this. And if it's a character, it will be initialized by a null character, and if it's a pointer, which we are going to learn in next videos, it will be initialized by a null pointer. Now, a global variable, so for example, you declare this global variable is equal to 25 here, you initialized it, and you also initialized a local variable like this, global variable with the same name, but this is equal to 20, for example, and I will just comment this because we don't need this line. So what we have done, we have initialized a variable called global v and initialized it by 25, and the same name I have given to my local variable. Now what happens in this case? So in this case, whatever value is contained by your local variable, even if it's declared with the same name globally, the value of this global v will be the value in the local variable, right? So whenever we print this value will print a 20 here. So local variable is always has the preference over the global variable if they have the same name. I'll run the program and it says 20 instead of 25, right? Now, for example, you want to use global variable inside this function. I will just print this here. So I will print something like global variable plus 50, for example. okay, and I will name it as global plus 50, okay. And so what this will do, it will print whatever the value of global variable, which is 25, plus it will add 50 to it, and I will call this function here, and it's visible to this function, so we can see global plus 50 is 75, it's printing. So global variable is visible to your functions and all your functions and all your code, right? But local variable is, you cannot use it globally. For example, int num local is equal to 30, for example. And if you want to use this local variable here, you want to print this local num here, it will give you compilation error, because this variable is not visible to this main function, because this exists in other function other than main, right? Run it and it says this error, and this error is num underscore local undeclared, right? So you cannot use a local variable in your other functions, right? So these are the scope rules in C. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on C programming for beginners, and in this video we will see what is an array and how to use array in C. So what is an array? Array is a variable which can contain more than one values of same data type. So for example, you want to store similar data in a variable, you can do it with the help of an array. So for example, you want to store scores of a student or ages of persons or names of any person or any number of persons. You can do it using an array using a single variable. Now how to declare an array in C? It's like same as declaring variable. So first is the data type, what kind of data you want to store in your array, and then the name of your array. So for example, my number array, right? And then this square bracket. This square bracket tells C that it's an array, and whatever number you insert inside this square bracket, for example 3, this is the number of element you can store inside an array, right? So for example, we have written 3 here, we can store 3 numbers in an array. Now whenever you declare an array, you can initialize it by equal to sign, and in this curly braces you can give the values to your array. For example, the values can be 20, 30 and 60, for example, right? So I have stored 3 values because here you can see I have defined that this array can contain 3 values, therefore I can assign 3 values to my array. If it would be 4, then I can add one more value, for example 55, to my array, okay, and so on. If it be 5, it will be 5, I can add 5 values here, okay. So for example, I have 3 values right now, so I can store 3 values, okay. Now you can ask, how can I access the value of an array, okay? And there is something called index of an array, and the index of an array is a position at which any value is placed. So the index of 20 here is 0. So index of an array starts from 0, not from 1. So always remember that index of an array starts from 0 and at the 0th index we have the value 20 here, and at the first index we have the value 30, and at the second index we have the value 60. Okay, so index start from 0, 1, 2. Now to access the value of an array, what you can do is you can just write print f, or for example I want to access the value of an array. I can just name a variable access array, for example, is equal to, for example, I want to store second value of an array inside this variable. Okay, so I can just copy the name of an array and then in the square bracket the index of the array whose value we want to store. For example, we want to store 30. The index of the 30 is 0, 1, right? So we will write 1 here. Okay, so now the value 30 from array will be stored inside this access array variable, right? And then we can print this value, print f, and then we can just write value is equal to percentage d, small d, and then we will change the line so that it will be printed at the next line whenever we use the next printf, right? So now we will see that this will print 30 because we have assigned 30, which is at index 1 of this array, right? We will just run this program and it prints 30, which is totally fine. In a similar way, you can define any character array or any double array also, but always remember that an array, for example char array, and we want to store 3 characters inside this array. So for example, I will write 3, or I want to store 4 characters inside this array, and then in the curly braces I can store these 4 characters. For example, first character, second character, third and fourth, and then this contains a, comma, this contains b, comma, this contains c, comma, this contains d. Okay, so this is a character array. You can define a float array or string array or any other kind of array, but always remember that the data type of array. So if you have declared an integer array, it can only contain integer values. If you have declared character array, it can only have character values, right? If you have float array, it can only have float values. Okay, now for example, you want to print all the values of your array. So for example, your array contains 6 values, and I can just extend my array like this. So now it contains 6 value, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the index of these value is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So now for example, I want to print all the values of an array. I can use for loop for that, and I can just write int I is equal to 0, and then my condition comes I is less than the index of an array, so or size of an array. So the size of an array is 6 in my case, so I will write I should be less than 6, and then I plus plus, and then I can print the value of these arrays. For example, I will just print this, and I can write element, and then I can write percentage d here and percentage d, and I will just print the value of I, and comma, I will just print the index one by one. So I will just write the name of my array and then I. Okay, why I have written I? Because I will be increased in the for loop. First, the value of I is equal to 0, so it will print 20. Then it will increase the value of I by 1, which is 1, so array at index 1 is 30. Okay, value of array at index 1 is 30. Now once again the value of I becomes 2, so the value of I at index 2 is 60, so it will print all the values in the array one by one at the specific index. So I will just run this program and you can see it prints the value. So the element 0 is 20, which is true. Element 1 is 30, which is true. Element 2 is 60, which is here. Element 3 is 50, 4 is 55, and 5th is 30. So index starts from 0 to 5. Okay, so it prints all the values in an array like this. Okay, now for example, you want to change any value in the array. For example, you are not happy with this 30 in an array and you want to change the value of this 30 to 45, for example. So you can change it like this. So the index of this value 30 is 0, 1. Okay, so what you can do is you can just copy this value from here. I will just delete all the other things right now so that it will be simpler to see. So just copy the name of your array and then the index of the value you want to change. So the index of value I want to change is 1, 0, 1, right, is equal to, I want to change it to the value 45, right. So this will change the value at index 1 of this array, which is 30 to 45. Okay, and we will verify it by this for loop and printing the value. I will compile the program and run this, and you can see the value at index 0 is 20, value at index 1 is 45 here, which was 30 earlier, but we have changed it to 45, right. So you can change the value of an array like this. Okay, so this kind of array which has which can contain some or one or more than one variable or values is called single dimensional array, right. In C there can be multi-dimensional array also, which I will teach you in the next videos. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on C programming for beginners. In the last video I have shown you what are arrays in C and how to use arrays in C, and I have given an example to you how to declare and use a single dimensional array. So I have shown you can declare an array like this, and array can contain more than one values of same data type in a single variable. In a similar way, if you want to declare a multi-dimensional array, you can do it like this. So this is a single dimensional array, and if you want to declare a multi-dimensional array, you can do it like this. For example, you want to declare 2 cross 3 cross 4 three-dimensional array. This is the declaration of three-dimensional array. Or if you want to declare a 4-dimensional array, you can do it like this. But most simplest form of multi-dimensional array is a 2-dimensional array, and this is how you can declare this 2-dimensional array, right. So this is the declaration of 2-dimensional array of 2 cross 3. Here 2 cross 3 means this array, if you can imagine in the form of a square or a table, this 2 is like a row for your array and 3 is like a column numbers of your array. So let's see how we can initialize this array first. So you just give a bracket and in these two curly braces you can declare your array. So first of all we will define our row 0. So this will be our row 0, and I will move this up, and row 1. Okay, so I will just define two rows first, because our array contains two rows if we see this, and three columns, right? So columns are like straight lines or column, right? So for example 1 comma 3 comma 2 are the columns of row 0, and for example 5 comma 6 comma 8 are the elements of first or second row of index 1, and it has three columns like 5, 6 and 7. So this is a two-dimensional array, and it contains two rows and three columns. How it contains two rows? This is the first row, so row 1 of or index 0, right? So index of array starts from 0. So this is row 1 logically, but if you see in terms of C, this will be row 0, right? And this will be row 1, right? Because index of the array starts from 0. And then these are the columns. So first column is for 1 and 5, and second column contains 3 and 6, and third column contains 2 and 8. Okay, now in order to iterate over these values, you can use for loop, but a single for loop will not work in the case of this two-dimensional array. You need to use two for loops, so loop inside a loop to iterate all the values in this array. So for iterating over these values, you can do it like this. So you can just write a first for loop for, and then this for loop will be for the rows. Okay, so I will declare a variable I or int I is equal to 0, and this will be I will be less than 2, which is number of rows, right? These are the number of rows you have. Okay, and then I plus plus, which is our increment operator, and inside this for loop we will declare one more for loop. So inside this curly braces of this for loop we will declare one more for loop for columns. So for int j is equal to 0, and j should be less than the number of rows. So number of rows in our case is 3, right? So just write 3 here, and then j plus plus. Okay, so this is loop inside the loop to iterate the values. So first loop will iterate over the rows, and the second loop will iterate over the columns, right? Now in order to print all the values inside your column for loop, this loop, you can just write printf and the name of your array, for example this one, just inside the brackets just write this, and then just write percentage d here, and then percentage d here is equal to, it should be percentage d, and this should be equal to percentage d, right? So this will be the value of array, and we will also print the index of the array, right? So we have the, here it will show the row, here it will show the column, and here it will show the value, right?
So we have a row here, so rows are iterated by I, so just write I here, comma, the columns are iterated by j, so just write j here, and the values can be iterated by your array index, so just write the name of your array and then the value of I, which is a row indicator, and value of j, which is your column indicator, right? Now I will just give this next line here so that it will iterate every time in the next line. Okay, I will compile and run this program, and it says the program contains some problem. Let's see what's the problem here. Yeah, so I think this curly brace is extra here. This should do, right? And these are rows and columns. So just compile it once again, and now it runs. So you can see it prints the row and index of the array, right? So at 0 0, so at 0th row and 0th column we have the value 1, which is true. This is at 0th row and 0th column. Okay, at row 0 and column 1 we have the value 3. This is right, this is row 0, so row 0 is this one, and column 1, so 0 and 1, so column 1 is this one, value is 3. That's correct. Row 0 and column 2 is this one, and 0 1 2, so this is the value which is 2, which is correct here. Now comes the row 1, which is this row, value or column 0, which is this value, which is 5. In the same way it will print all the values of your two-dimensional array. So in this way you can iterate over your array using two for loop. So this is a simplest kind of multi-dimensional array, and it's called two-dimensional array. In a similar way, if you want to declare some other array, two-dimensional array with some other dimension, you can do it like this. For example, your array must contain 3 rows. You can just do it like this. So row 1 we have, 0 and 1 we have, and we will just write the row 3rd, or by index it's row 2, right? And this is row 2. Okay, so you can do it like this. So I hope you have understood the basic concept of multi-dimensional arrays.
Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on C programming for beginners. In the last 2 videos I have been showing you what are arrays and how to use arrays in C. And I have also shown you in the last video how we can use multi-dimensional arrays in C. Now in this video I'm going to show you how you can pass arrays as an argument of a function. So let's see how we can do it. So we are going to take an example. For example, we want to calculate the sum of elements of this array we have. So this array, for example, have 6 elements, and we want to add each and every element and display the sum of every element, each and every element. So what we want to do basically is we want to just add 20 plus 30 plus 60 plus 50 plus 55 plus 30 and sum them up and show the result of this summation using a function, right? So first of all, let's see what are different ways of passing arrays as an argument of a function. So I will declare a function void, for example it's not returning, for example, nothing, and we can say array sum is the name of my function. I just need to change my keyboard settings. Yeah,
So array sum is the name of my function, and there are three different ways basically you can pass arrays as an argument of a function. One is using a pointer, and just pointer you can just give this star or asterisk here and give your array name or array, or you can say my array, right? My array. Okay, so you can pass pointer array to your function, but we haven't learned about pointer till now, so I will skip this for now, and in the future when I will teach you how to use pointer in C, then we will see how we can pass this kind of arrays in as a function argument. So second way is to pass a definite sized array. For example, I want to get the sum of this array which has the size 6. I can just declare the array, so my array as an argument, and then I will give the size to my array as 6 like this. But there is one problem with this, is you can only pass array of size 6 to this function. So this will kill the general functionality of a function, and the functionality of a function should be used in different conditions, and this condition restrains the use of function to the size 6 of an array, right? So in order to get rid of this restriction, we can pass the array as unsized array as an argument like this. So you just give the data type, the name of the array, and in the square bracket you don't pass any size, and this means you want to pass an array of different size or unsized array which doesn't have any size, okay, or it can have different sizes, right? And plus we will pass the size as an argument also. Okay, so we know the size of the array and the array name from here. Now we can pass different size array to our function like this. Okay, now using this function I want to add all the elements of the array. Okay, and let's return integer as a result, and because we want to calculate the sum, we will just declare a variable called sum is equal to 0. We will initialize it by 0. Okay, now we will use a for loop just like this, and what it's doing is it will iterate over this array one by one, and we will add the values of the elements one by one to this sum, right? So initial values of sum is 0, and it will add 20, 30, 60 one by one to this sum, right, when we iterate over this array. So this array declaration is something like this: for, in the condition or in the bracket, we will initialize this variable I is equal to 0, and then we give the condition here. So I should be less than the size of the array, right? Because the size of the array starts from 0, so it should be less than the size of the array, right? So just pass this size argument here. Okay, I is less than this size, right? This size and this size are same, and then we will increment the value of I by 1 like this. Okay, so just initialize I is equal to 0. I should be less than the size of the array, which is this one, and then we will increment the value of I. And what we basically want to just sum is equal to sum, the previous value of sum, plus the array name and the index at the moment, which is I, right? So this I will change in the loop. So first value of I is 0, so I is 0 of this array is 20. So the value of my array at 0 will be 20 when we will pass this array as an argument to this function. Okay, we can simply write this in different way like this. So just write sum plus is equal to, just write this my array. Okay, and this is basically same as this, but this is more short form of this expression. Okay, and then we will just return sum. So once we have the sum of all the elements of the array, we will just return the sum here as an integer. Okay, now in order to use this function, for example, we have this array and we want to calculate the sum of all these elements, we can use this like this. So let me just make it smaller so we can see here. So in here we will just call this function. So I will just declare an integer called array sum, right? So this will contain the result of this, but this and this are same, so we will just change the variable name sum of array, for example, right? And what its value is, it's equal to the value which is returned by this function when we pass the array. So this function takes two arguments, the array, so our array is this one, my number array, and the size of the array, right? So the size of the array in our case is 6 right now. See this? So it's 6. Okay, and it will calculate the sum of the array, and then we will print the value of the array. So array sum is equal to %d and comma this, because now this will return the sum of the array. So this value is assigned to sum of array, this variable, and then we will pass this here. Okay, now let's run the program and let's see what is the result. And it shows, it should be printf. Okay, run the program and it shows array sum is equal to 245, right? Let's check whether it's true or false. So I will just open the calculator from here, and we have first element is 20 plus 30 plus 60 plus 50 plus 55 plus 30, right? All these elements 20, 30, 60, 50, 55, 30, and the sum is 245, which is shown here as a result. So we know that it has successfully calculated, or our function has successfully calculated the sum of elements of this array. Now suppose this you want to pass an array of size 7 here. So I can just change the size and I will add one more element to my array. For example, it's 100. So our previous sum was 245 and we will just add 100 to it. So it should be equal to 345 now, right? So, and this, now the size of the array is 7, so you need to change this also, because this function takes the size of the array. So now the size is 7, right? Once again run the program and it shows 345, which is correct. Now if you want to pass an array of size 8, and I will add one more element of, and for example I will just add 100 once again. Now 245 plus 100 plus 100 is equal to 445, right? The array size is now 8, and once again run the program, and it so shows 445, which is true, right? So in this way you can use array, or you can use a function and pass array as an argument of the function using C.
Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on C programming for beginners. And in this video we are going to learn what are pointers and how to use pointers in C. Now some of you may think that pointers is a very complicated concept to understand, but actually it's not. So if you can understand this concept, it will become really easy to use pointers in C. So first of all, what are pointers? A pointer is a variable whose value is the address of another variable. So once again, what is a pointer? A pointer is a variable whose value is the address of another variable. Okay. Now you may ask, what is the address of a variable? So in C, whenever you declare a variable, for example variable x or variable val is equal to whatever 30, right? So whenever you declare a variable in C, C stores this variable at some particular memory address in your computer. Okay. Now in order to access this value or access the address of this variable where it's stored in your computer memory, you can just access this address like this. So for example, we want to print this address, we can just write printf, and then we can write address of val is equal to %d and then comma, and then comes the interesting part. You use AND symbol to show the address of any variable. So whenever you use this AND symbol before any variable, it will show the address of the variable, right? So we have written something like this. Okay. But because address is a hexadecimal value, this %d will not work here, because %d we use to print decimal values, right? And to print hexadecimal values we use this, okay, %x, and this %x means we want to print some hexadecimal values in C. Okay. So whenever you use AND before a variable name, it will give you the address of a variable. And let's try to run the program and let's see what it prints. And it prints 28FFC1. You see 28FFC1, and this means it's a hexadecimal memory address in your computer where this variable val is stored in your computer. Okay. Now once again, what is a pointer? Pointer is a variable, a simple variable whose value is the address of another variable. And what is this? We are, by using AND before a variable, we are using or we are accessing the address of a variable. Okay. So a pointer can be declared as this value also before that AND symbol.
Now to declare a pointer in C, you just do something like this. So it has the data type, and then this asterisk tells C that you want to declare a pointer. Okay, so I declare a pointer, for example P, and I will just declare this pointer like this. So it's same as a variable, right? But before, if you write this asterisk before this variable, it becomes a pointer. Now pointer is a variable whose value is the address of another variable. Okay, and why I'm stressing this? So now whenever you use this pointer variable, pointer P is equal to, its value can be the address of another variable. So this is our variable and the address of variable is this one. So its value can be address of val. Okay, and whenever you assign this address to the pointer, you don't need to use asterisk before it. Okay, so at the time of declaration only you just need to give this asterisk. Okay, and at the time of assignment you don't need this asterisk before this variable. Now this pointer has the address of this value, right? Now how can you access this value 30 using this pointer? First of all, let's try to print what is in the pointer. So once again we write here, and let's change the line from here and here also, and we will print this pointer P. So we can just write value of pointer variable. Okay, now let's see what is the value of this pointer variable without this and symbol. Okay, basically this value and this value should be same. Why? Because we have assigned this address of a variable to this pointer variable. Okay, this and this should print same values. Let's try to run this, and it prints the same value, 28ff18, and value of pointer variable is 28ff18, right? So pointer just stores the address of variables. Now in order to access the values which is stored on this address, you want to access the value 30, for example, using this pointer. So using this pointer you want to access this value which is 30, but pointer only can store the address of the variable. So this variable have the value of 30 and the address of 28ff something, right? Now to access the value of a address, you use something like this. So value of for example pointer, you can access it like this by a asterisk before your pointer. Okay, and this basically what it does is so this pointer contains the address, and whenever you add this asterisk before this pointer, it shows the value at that address. Okay, so let's try to run the program, and let's change this %x to %d because we want to access this value which is an integer 30, right? Run the program, and now it shows the value of pointer is 30, right? So once again we will repeat what we have learned. So every variable in C is stored in your computer at a particular address, and this address you can access by adding this AND symbol before your variable. Now, what is a pointer? A pointer is a variable whose value is the address of another variable, right? So you can declare pointers like this by just adding a asterisk before your variable name. And the value of the pointer, so you can assign some value to the pointer using the address of another variable. So this is our variable. For example, if you want to assign this variable address to the pointer, you just assign it like this. Now, to dereference this pointer, dereference means to get the value which is stored at this address which is held by this pointer, you use this asterisk sign, and this asterisk sign before a pointer tells C that we want to get the value of the address which is stored in this pointer. Okay, so don't get confused, and in the next video we will learn more about pointers and other stuffs in C. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on C programming for beginners. In the last video we have seen what are pointers in C and how we can use pointers in C, and I have given you a simple example how to declare a pointer and how to assign values to the pointer. And what is a pointer? A pointer is a variable whose value is the address of another variable, which we have seen in this line. So this AND symbol, if you add before any variable, it shows the address of the variable, and this address we can assign to a pointer variable like this. Now in this video we are going to see how we can use arrays with pointer. So let me give you an example. For example, we have an array called value array, which contains, for example, 3 values. So we can define array of size 3 like this, and we can initialize array with these 3 values. For example, first value is 30, second value is 40, and third value is 50, right? And now we can assign this array to a pointer in the same manner we have assigned a variable to a pointer variable, right? So for that we need to declare a pointer array, so we will name it as pointer array, and in the same manner as array we will give the size to the pointer. Now to assign the values from array to a pointer array, we just need to use for loop to iterate over our array. So we will write for int I is equal to 0, I should be less than 3 because our array is of size 3, then I plus plus, and then inside our for loop we can assign the values from array, which is this array, to the pointer array like this. So we will just use the pointer array variable name, and in the bracket we will provide index as I, so it will increase as the value of I increases, is equal to the address of the array index, right? So this variable, but the address one by one, right? So we will add this, which indicates we are going to show the address, or we are going to access the address of the variable which we write just after this AND symbol. So we are going to access the address of value array at index I. Okay, and hopefully in arrays, when I have shown you how to use arrays using for loop and how to access the values of array using for loop, you know this concept of iterating the values of array using for loop. So I'm not going to repeat this. Basically this for loop we are going to use to iterate over this array one by one. So if I have the index 0, we are accessing this 30 value. If the index is 1, we are going to access this. If the index is 2, we are going to access this value, right? So basically what we have done, we have assigned the addresses to our pointer array, right? So index of pointer is equal to, you know, whatever value is at this index, the address of this, right? So what we have done here, assign the address of array elements. Okay, now once we have assigned all these values to the pointer, now using this pointer you can access all these values. How? We are going to use once again a for loop, and in this for loop we are going to use or access our value using this pointer. Okay, so what we are going to do here, we are going to access our array like this. So we will print f, and then we can write variable array I, for example, or value of variable array or val array at index I, and then is equal to the value. So what will be the value? So what we can write here is, basically instead of this I, we can just use %d. So write %d is equal to, and then %d, which will give you the value, right? And then after comma, or let's give a line break to it also, and then after comma just write I, after comma just write the pointer. Now pointer, this stores the address, right? And then whenever you write this, something like this, because we are in for loop, this contains the address of the index which is contained by I. So basically this value is an address of a variable. But if we want to access the value of this address or value which is contained at this address, we just need to use this dereferencing pointer once again like this. Okay, and semicolon. And now once we run the program, let's see what happens. Build the program, and we can access the value of val array 0 is equal to 30, which is true, 30, 40, 50. Value of val array 1 is equal to 40. Value of val array at index 2 is equal to 50. So basically you can assign your array to a pointer array like this, and then access your array using a pointer array like this. Okay, so in this way you can use array pointers in C. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on C programming for beginners. In the last two videos we have been seeing how to use pointers in C and how we can use array pointers in C. Now in this video we will see how we can pass pointers as an argument of a function. So let me give you an example. For example, we want to pass a variable as an argument to a function which is a pointer. So for example, I will write a function which will take pointer as an argument. So I can return void, which is returning nothing, void, and then get value. For example, this is the name of my pointer, and this is the name of my function, I beg your pardon, and then I am passing an argument which is a pointer to this function, right? So my pointer, for example, pointer, okay, and then what I am going to do is basically I'm assigning this, so my pointer is equal to some value, okay, so something like this, pointer is equal to some value, for example 10,000, okay. Now what this basically doing is we are using a function get values to assign whatever you pass as an argument of this function is equal to 10,000, right? And because we are not returning anything, whenever you want to return void in C, you can just write return without returning anything, just the keyword return, and it means that you are not returning anything, but your function ends here, right? Now in order to use this get value function here in our main, first of all we will declare a variable, for example int get the value, for example, right? And we are not initializing it, just consider this, because we will store at the address of this variable this value, right? So let's see how we can do this. So we will just call get value function, and remember what I have said, a pointer, once again, a pointer is a variable whose value is the address of another variable, right? So this pointer is basically whenever you want to pass some variable in place of this pointer as an argument of this function, you can basically pass the address of some variable in here as an argument, right? So how we can pass the address of some variable? Address, we can pass it like this, and whenever we write this address at the front of a variable, it means the address of this variable, right? So basically you can do something like this. So just always remember this definition. A pointer is a variable whose value is the address of another variable. So this is a pointer. So in place of this pointer, we can pass the address of another variable, right? And then what we will do here is print f the value, so the value of get value, right? So the magic begins here. So the value of get value is equal to %d and comma and then this value, right? So what do you think will be the value of this variable? Remember, we haven't initialized our variable, but we have assigned this variable to the function as an argument, right? So let's see the answer and then we will analyze what we have done. So compile the program and it runs fine, and it says the value of get the value variable is equal to 10,000. Now let's see what we have done here. So what we have done basically here is, what is this function doing? This function is taking a pointer, or basically a address of a variable, right? Because a pointer is a address of another variable, right? So we have passed address of another variable, so this argument can be replaced by this value, right? Address of this variable. And what we have done basically is, we have indirectly here, what we have done here basically indirectly assign value 10,000 at the address of this variable, right? Now whenever we will access this variable, this value we will be able to access, right? So this is the magic of pointer. So you can assign some value to the address like this, and you can access this value at the address like this, okay? And here you are not even returning anything, but this address can store this value using pointers, right? So it's, I mean, for the first time when I have seen something like this, it looked like a magic to me. Now the next thing is, I have told you when I have shown you how to use arrays as an argument of a function, and at that time I have told you that you can also pass pointers as an array arguments, right? So let's take another example, okay? So I will delete all this, and how we can pass pointer array as an argument of a function. So for example, I will take the same example, that we are going to return integer value, and we want to know the sum of every element of an array. For example, int my array, and this array contains, for example, 4 variables, and these 4 variables can be anything. So you can assign, for example, 10, 20, 30, 40, okay? And we want to get the sum of each of the elements, 10 plus 20 plus 30 plus 40 basically, and then we want to get the results. We will make a function which returns integer, and then we can say get sum. It takes array as an argument, but I have shown you can pass array in 3 ways to a function as an argument. One is like int my, or array val like this, or you can just define the size of the array, or third way is you can just pass array like this as a pointer, right? And in this example we are going to just do the same. So we are passing this pointer array, and then we will also define the size, for example, so int size, and we will then just use this array to get the sum. So we'll just write for, but first of all let's declare a variable which will contain the sum. Sum is equal to 0, and then for, inside this for loop we will write int I is equal to 0, and I should be less than the size whatever we pass. So this size is the size of the array, and in our case this size will be 4, right? Semicolon I plus plus, and then we will just make a sum like sum plus is equal to, if you remember, I have given this example when we have seen how to pass arrays to a function, right? Is equal to, and then we can just take the array, and then at every index of this array we are just summing this, so as we are just adding it to the sum, right? And once we have all the sum, we will just return sum. Okay, this should be return. Okay, now we are passing this array, we are going to pass this array as a pointer, right? So we will call this function get sum, and in here we will also declare a variable int my sum, for example, and is equal to, because this will return, this function get sum will return the sum of the array which we will pass as an argument. You can just store it into this variable. So I will pass this my array as a first argument, and the second argument is the size of the array, which is 4, you can see here, and then we are going to print the value of my sum. Printf and the value of my sum is equal to %d, right? And let's see what is the value of my sum. And basically let's try to run the program and let's see if it matches the answer. Run the program, and it gives this, my sum is 100. So 10 plus 20 is 30, 30 plus 30 is 60, 60 plus 40 is 100. So our sum is correct, right? You can just increase the value of element in the array, for example 5, 50, and the size will be now 5 here, and run the program, and basically you got the answer 150, right? So in this way also you can pass array to a function as a pointer. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on C programming for beginners, and in this video we will see how string works in C and what is a string. Now what is a string first? A string is a single dimensional array of characters which is terminated by a null character. Now let's see how we can declare string in array, and then we will look this definition once again. So what I have said, a character array. So character array, you can declare it like this: char, and for example my string, this should be string, and then character array. So square bracket, for example we define the size of this array as 6 is equal to, and here comes these curly braces, and inside these curly braces you can define the initialization to these characters, right? Or you can do something like this. Okay, so this is called a string. Once again, the definition: A string is an array of character. So this is the array of characters which is null terminated. So in this /0 in C is called null terminated character. Okay, and so this hello is the string, and our string is terminated by this null character. That's why we are saying our string is null terminated character array, right? In other terms, you can define a string with a character array of non-definite size. For example, char my other string, and we give our array a non-definite size which is not defined, and you can just write something like this, and it's also totally valid. Okay, so you can define string in two ways in C. One is like definite sized array, and you can initialize it like this, or undefinite sized array of characters, and you can initialize it like this. Now to print these string, you can just use printf, not this but printf, and I can just print my string. So I can write my string value is equal to %s. So here we are using %s to print string, right? And comma, we will just use this variable, and let's see what is the value of this variable, and let's give a line break to the message we are printing, so that we can print in the next line the next message. And in here we will just write my other string value, and we will print this second variable like this. Okay, and let's compile and run the program, and it's printing the same value, right? My string value is equal to hello, my other string value is equal to also hello, right? So in this way you can define string in array. Now there is a header file in C called string, which you can add to your main.c, and then you can use some function from this header file, and you can perform some different functionality using this header file. So first of all, we will include this header file in our C main.c file. So just include, and then we will add string or string.h, right? So this is the header file in C which we can use to perform different functionality with string. Okay, now the first function from this string.h we are going to use is string copy, strcpy. Okay, this is this function, and this function, what it does is it enables us to copy one string to another. Okay, so for example, we have a string of some size. For example, let's say we have a string, so string string 1 for example, and we give this array of size of 12, and let's delete for this for now, and then we will declare in a same manner string
2 of size 12, and I will tell you why I'm taking this size as 12, okay, in a moment. And we will declare a third string, and it's also of size 12, but we are not initializing it, okay. This should be string 3, okay. And now using this string.h header file, we can use this function called string cpy, and it takes two arguments. One is the destination and one is the source, okay. So for example, we want to copy this, should be, for example, let's change this to world, okay. So for example, I want to copy string 1 to string 3. So this string copy function copies string 1 to string 3 in this way. So you just write, or you just take a variable in which you want to copy first as a first argument of strcopy, and then you take the second argument. This second argument is the variable whose value you want to copy, okay. So in other word, you can just think like this: strcpy, and it's used to copy to dest, which is destination, from source. This should be source, okay. So to the destination from source. So source is string 1 from which we want to copy, and destination is string 3 and to which we want to copy, okay. Now there is another function in string.h header file, which is called string cat, strcat, and this function allows us to concatenate two strings. For example, we want to concatenate this first string and second string. We can concatenate it like this. So just take a first string comma second string, okay. So we want to concatenate first string, and just after that we want to join second string to it. You can do it like this, okay. And when you hover over this, what it says, this says that this also can return some value, okay. So what's this string cat basically doing is, it's adding string 2 to string 1, okay. So add string 2 to string 1, which should be like this: string 2 to string 1, okay. Now there is another function in C in this header called strlen, and this gives you the length of the string, okay. So for example, you want to get the length of the string. Length means number of character or size of this character array, for example, right. So we will do this also, and this we will save in another variable. For example, we name this variable as integer length, int length string 1 is equal to, okay. So this strlength returns the string of the variable which you pass it as an argument. Let's try to print all these values. So first of all, print f,
and this is the result of string copy we want to print for now. So for example, string copy is equal to and percentage %s, and then we will just see the value of this string 3, because we are copying into string 3 from string 1 using this function. Now in the same way, let's change the line here. In the same way, we will see how this string cat works, and we will see the value of string 1 because we are adding string 2 to string 1. So let's see the value of string 1, and we will also see the length. So we will also see something like this. So we will also verify this strlen, and this will be verified by this, but this is the integer, so we will write %d here. Let's try to compile the program and run it, and it says, first of all, the string 3 value is hello, which is true because we have successfly copied the value hello to string 3. Okay, so this is printing hello. Now second string strcat have concatenated our first string and second string, which is hello world. So it has added second string to the first string. The third value returns us 10. Why it's returning 10? Because now our string 1 has the size of 10 because it's hello world. 1 2 3 4 5 for hello, and 1 2 3 4 5 for world. So string size is hello world. Now for example, we want to see the size of string 3. It should be 5 because it only contains hello in it, right? Compile it, and it says 5 because the size of string 3 is HELLO, which is 1 2 3 4 5 characters. That's why it's showing 5 here. Okay, there are other functions in this header file, for example string compare or some other functions. For example, you want to compare two strings, you can use strcmp, and this compares the two strings. So for this string.h file is a very important header whenever you are working with string files.
Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on C programming for beginners, and in this video we will see what are structures in C and how we can use structures in C. So the first question is, what is a structure in C? In C, a structure is a collection of different variables which are grouped together to make some logical group. So for example, I want to make a structure of a student. There is no direct variable I can give to define the attribute for a student, so that I know that this attribute is for some particular student. There can be many students, and there can be I have to declare so many variables, and in the end when I have so many variables, I can get confused which variable is assigned to which student. So structures make it very easy to define if you have a group of variable to which you want to bind in a logical group. So let's see how we can declare a structure in C. So structure, you just need to use struct keyword in to define a structure, and then the name of the structure, for example student,
and then comes these curly braces. I just need to change the fonts. So then comes these curly braces here, and then inside these curly braces you can define your variable. So what attributes the students can have? He can have his ID, his or her. So this ID can be an integer, so I will define int ID. Then a student can have his name, so I can define string as a name. So string, for example, char pointer, I can define it as a name. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on C programming for beginners, and in this video I will teach you what is a structure in C and how we can use structures in C. Now what is a structure? Structure is a group of variable which you can group together to make a logical variable. For example, you want to define some database of some student, or you want to create some record of a student or some students. It will be very difficult to define variables to each student, and then if in the end if you have many variables containing the student record, it can get a little bit messy. But we can make this situation better by using structure. So structure is a logical group of variables. So to define a structure, for example, I want to define a structure of student. To define a structure, we use a keyword called struct, and then we give the name of the structure. For example, I give the name to my structure as student, and then comes curly braces, and inside these curly braces you define your attributes for this student structure. Okay, so for example, what attributes or what traits a student can have? A student can have his ID, which can be integer. Student ID can be integer, so I define integer. Then student have his name, which can be character, and student can have his score or marks, which can be in percentage, and percentage we will define it as a floating point. So he can have these three attributes or these three traits, right? Now for each student we can define this a different instance of a structure, and we can use structure to make a logical group of these three variables for a particular student. Okay, now once you define this structure, this kind of structure, you can use it in your main function like this. So whenever you define a structure, you need to call it inside your main function. And how you can call it? You can just copy the name of the structure and struct keyword itself, and then give the name to this student structure, right? So for example, you give this student structure name record 1. For example, this indicates the student record of student 1, for example, right? Now this is the variable you define for this student structure. So this can be the student can be treated as a data type in this case, and structure is a keyword which tells that it's a student data type, which is a structure. Okay, and this is your variable name. Just think it like this. Okay, now whenever you want to assign some value to this record, which is a instance of the student structure. Instance means one part of this student. Then how you can do it? You can just do it simply like this. So you just need to take this record, and you, for example, you want to assign ID to this record, you just need to use this dots separator, and you will be able to see the member variables of this student structure. You can see automatically in code blocks. Okay, so these ID, name and percentage are called the members of the structure. Okay, and you can call them using this dot separator or after this variable. Okay, so for example, student ID is equal to 1. For example, I have assigned 1 to record 1, and student name, so I will once again use this dot name, and then I can assign any name to this student. But if you remember in the last video, when I teach you what are strings, I taught you how you can copy a string to a character array, right? Or you can assign or copy a string. You can just use a function called strcpy, which is string copy, and then you can use this thing. So the first argument of this function is the destination where you want to assign the value, and second argument is the value itself. For example, the value is John. So basically what we have done is we have assigned John as a value to this name variable, record.name variable. Okay, and the third, we can assign percentage like the same. So record 1 dot percentage is equal to, for example, 70.20. okay, these are the percentage scored by him. Okay, now once you assign these values to the structure, or use to the instance of the structure, you can access these values also using your print function. So just use print, and then you can just call, for example, ID. So you can just write ID is equal to percentage D, and then you can just give the space and just write name is equal to percentage S, and just gives a little bit more space, and then just write percent is equal to percentage F. Okay, so this is for holding the decimal value, this is for holding the string, this is for holding the floating point, right? And we will give the line break here also, and then we will assign, or we can access the values which we have assigned just by like same as we have assigned the value. So record.id will give you the ID, record.name will give you the name, and record.percentage will give you the percentage. Okay, like this. So let's break this print into few lines so we can see it easily. Okay, so we can access these values like this. Okay, so let's try and run the program, and hopefully it doesn't contain any errors. And you can see ID is equal to 1, name is equal to John, and percentage is equal to 70.1999, which is 70.20, right? So in the same way, you can define different instance of the student structure, and you can maintain a record of the student. For example, you define some different structure. So I will just copy the same and paste it below to define a second record. and this record I will name it as record 2. Everywhere I will just change it record 2, record 2, record 2, here also record 2. So I will just copy record 2 for the student 2. Okay, and the ID now is 2. The name will change, for example Mark, and the percentage also changes, for example 91.30. okay, and now we have two records of the student with student ID 1 and student with student ID 2. So logically we have two record for students, right? Run the program, and now it says ID is equal to 1, name John, percentage 70 point something, ID is equal to 2, name Mark, percent 91 point something, right? So in this way you can define as many instances of this structure as you want, and you can create a record for the student. Or so this is one way of using structure. There is one more way of using structure in C, and this is by directly giving the name to your student structure. For example, I can just delete this line from here, and instead of giving the name to this student variable here, I can just give the name at the declaration of this student structure. For example, record, right? And then this record will be my variable name. Okay, so the student is the structure and record will be the variable name of your structure. Okay, and then you can use this record to access the value or assign the values to this record. For example, here you can just replace record like this, and it will work like same. So you don't need to declare this record inside your main. This can be also declared like this, and this will be your variable name, and you don't need to declare inside your main. And when you run the program, it will run fine. It will give you the output. So in this way you can use structures in C, and try using structures by yourself, and try practicing using structures, and you will be good to go. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on C programming for beginners. And in this video we will see what is a union and how we can use union in C. Now in the last video we have seen how to use structures in C, and union functionally work like structure, but there are some key differences between structure and union which I'm going to discuss. So first of all, let's comment this structure for now, and we are going to declare a union. Okay, so as structure, unions are also declared with a keyword union, and then you can give any name to the union. For example, my union, and then comes these curly braces like these, and then this semicolon. Okay, and in here comes your variables like you declare in the structure. Okay, and if you know, whenever we declare a variable, it has some size or depending upon the data type. So integer has a size of 4 and character has a size of 1 byte. Okay, so for example, if we want to declare this union, let's define the union type also, you and I, for example, and now we declare a union here, UNI, and then we can use UNI to give values to our myInt variable and myChar variable. For example, myInt is equal to 4, and then UNI dot myChar is equal to 9. Okay, and now let's compile if it works or not. And UNI have the problem here, so let's see what's the problem. I should use something like this, not here, but union myUnion is equal to UNI. Okay, now compile the program and it works fine. Okay, so now we are going to print the value of myChar and myInt here. So we will just write print, and inside the bracket we will just write %i/n for the next line, and then we just print the value of myChar first. Okay, UNI dot myChar here, and compile and run the program. It here should be semicolon, I forgot, and run the program. And what's the problem here? The problem is warning, implicit declaration of something. So problem is here in printf, it should be printf, and when I run the program it gives me 5, which is correct. uni.myChar, we have assigned the value of 9, which is giving the answer. But let's see what happens when we try to access the value of myInt. Okay, here we will try to access the value of myInt instead of myChar. It gives us the same result, which is 9, which is not true. So what's happening here? So whenever you define a structure like this, it allocates its variable or member variables to some memory space. So for example, you have defined variable myInt and myChar in your myStruct structure, then it allocates 4 bytes of memory in some memory space in your computer for myInt, and it allocates 1 byte of memory for this character in some other memory space. So when we see in the memory map, for example, it will look like this: 1, 2, 3, 4. So these 4 bytes are for your myInt, right? myInt variable or integer variable. Okay, and this 1 byte is for char. Okay, now whenever you use union, the memory mapping is little bit different. So whenever you declare a union, it has the size of the variable whose size is maximum. So the maximum size of a variable inside this union is 4, which is from integer myInt, because 4 is greater than 1. So the size of union will be 4 in this case. So union allocates the size to itself from a variable whose size is maximum. So the union size in this case is 4. So inside our, this is struct, for example, and for union the memory maps will be something like this: 1, 2, 3 and 4. So it allocates memory, this memory, to the integer, and in a same memory it can allocate the 1 byte for the character. Okay, so they share, so members inside a union share this memory space or size, but inside the structure they are allocated at different places. Okay, so that's why whenever you assign 4, it will be assigned in these 4 bytes, and so you have, for the first time when you assign 4 in the integer, it will be assigned here, but as soon as you assign 9 to this character, then it will be overwritten to these 4 bytes. Okay, that's why we are getting the answer 9 here. So this is the main difference between structure and union. Structure allocates different memory location to its variable, but union allocates the same memory location, and the size of the union is the maximum size of a variable inside it. So if my int has the maximum size, the size of the union will be the same. Now to prove this, we can just print the size of these structure and the union. Okay, so let's try to print the structure size and union size. Okay, so for printing the structure size, there is a function called size of, and using this you can calculate the size of the structure. So our structure name is record in this case, so we will just calculate the size of record, and in the union case, our union name is UNI, right? So we can get the size of UNI, and let's say here the size of struct, and just below it we can say the size of union. Okay, and compile the program and run the program, and it says the size of structure is 8 and the size of union is 4. Okay, now you may be wondering that the size of structure should be 5 because the size of integer is 4 for integer variable, and the size of character is 1 for the character variable. Where does this 8 comes from as a size? Because whenever you provide some variable to the structure, it calculates the memory or size by adding the size of these variable, plus it gives the padding, plus it adds some padding so that it can become the multiple of 4 or 8 or something like this. That's why you are seeing 8 here, because 5 is not the multiple of 8 or 4. Okay, so structure provide or C provides some padding to the structure so that its size become 8 instead of 5. But the size of union is 4, as I have told you that it's the size of the variable which has the maximum size. So size of union is 4 in this case. And you may also be wondering where we can use union if they overwrite the stuff every time you try to access them. The union are mainly used in embedded programming, wherever you try to access some memory or something like this. There it's mostly used, but you need to read about this, where can you possibly use this union. So I hope you have understood the basic concept of union.